Okay. All right, let's see. Okay. Oop. Okay. Okay, we are in. We're gonna start with the fresh file. It's a lot more cleaner, right? You don't have to type in the name every time. That's pretty nice. Other card. Okay, hopefully this runs pretty smooth. Okay, we might have to skip cutscenes just in case. I played. Well, if you saw my save file, I played for almost an hour and a half. It was pretty smooth. Um, and I even did a whatchamacallit? Yeah, an hour and a half of playing the game, and it went by pretty smooth. I even did a private stream. Well, that was a little weird. Just to really make sure everything will work fine, and it seems like it does. I have my phone next to me to check it.
Who wish to pay me tribute.
Tribute? You steal men's souls and make them your slaves.
There it is.
Perhaps the same could be said of all religions.
Your words are as empty as your soul. Mankind ill needs a savior such as you.
What is a man? A miserable little pile of secrets. But enough talk.
There it is. Started playing Mega Man 02, but 3 bosses for holy moly it's so, dude, yeah, the game is extremely good, man. Oh, well, we're kind of screwed. Oh, actually, how do I do item crash? Oh, the trigger, okay. Actually, we're gonna... How do I reset? Let me see. Okay. I already missed the beginning, but... So do you plan to play the entire trilogy? Well, quad trilogy? Jack. You kind of stop with the first 2 games. Okay. Cool thing is, I'm actually using my... I don't want to unplug it, but my Series S controller. So things should work pretty smooth for me. Transferring over. Okay, we're gonna play on normal. I actually do want to do another playthrough on hard mode. When? I'm not too sure, but yeah, so we're far from done playing Symphony of the Night, I can tell you that much. Big step up structurally from the first game, plus a new grapple hook. Oh yeah, that's a cool thing I like about every Zero game. They all have their different weapon. I think the first game was a shield. The second game, like I said, the grapple hook, and then I think a tonfa sort of thing in the third game, and the knuckle grabber in 4. Okay, let's try not to lose it this time.
Monster, you don't belong
Alright,
in this.
we just heard it this time, so. What's up, Shattuck? Welcome, welcome. Ah. Hydro Storm. Okay. Okay, so it looks pretty good on stream. because again, I'm playing it off my computer while I'm streaming it, which is usually a no-go for how powerful my computer is, which is not very. So the fact I'm pulling this off with the Saturn of all things, I'm kind of surprised. So I got my phone on my side to check. It seems fine so far. Yeah, I'll probably play all 6. I really like the mechanics. Yeah, the mechanics are amazing, man. I kind of wish NT Crates could match it, but they definitely went a different style over the past 2 decades. But they still make good action platformers today, but nothing's reached 0. But even you're even gonna play ZX in Advent? Yeah, I tried, man. I really did. But their form of Metroidvania is a little funky. I think it comes down to the map system. I wasn't too big of a fan, but hope this works out. Dude, me too. I am extremely hyped to play this. Pretty hyped. So I want to do all bosses for Alucard and again for Richter. So yeah, I'm going to be all in, and this is going to take a while. Last time it took 5 hours to do that, so. And I started a little later than usual. Emir's still relatively brand new. Yeah, because it doesn't even, it says 0.3, so it's not even, you know, a full build yet. But fingers crossed. Maybe just maybe just 1 and 4 then. Yeah, maybe check them out though. They do have some cool animations, like opening cutscenes, but yeah. And like I said, I'm able to. It was actually really simple to set up my Xbox controller. Just USB, and it immediately detected. So it should be very natural to start playing this. I heard a bit of audio chopping, but I think it's fine. Because it can look fine on here and be a different story on the stream. But it seems like it's doing fine.
I've come to put an end to this.
Are you not big of a fan of Metroidvanias, Jack? You might be missing out on a few good games if you avoid this genre. Like this game, for example, right? I think I clearly put probably 100 hours recently in this game, so yeah, these games are pretty fun. Well, when you find one you like, anyways. Dude, it feels smooth. It feels very natural. Like very responsive. Yeah, so I think the emulator is pretty good so far. The only issue is just my computer, which is going to be the random variable in this whole playthrough, but we'll see how it goes. And I gotta remember, it's not A to save, it's X. Okay, I'm gonna have to check my phone periodically. It's still the best standalone Saturn emulator we have. I'd love to see it. Upscaling features. Oh, any reason why there's some difficulties for upscaling? Just a bit tired of them. Oh, okay. Super Metroid, SotN, RX. Oh, okay. So you've already experienced like the peak of the genre. So it's like where'd I go now? Pretty much. Yeah, so I don't blame you. Okay. I do hear just audio issues. I'm not going to blame anything on the emulator, like nothing at all. It's only going to be from my end if there's any issues. But I'm going to keep checking my phone so I can see my stream. I want to see how it looks on your guys' end from time to time. I forgot the cloak, but it's fine. I won't lie, Resident Evil 6 is testing my patience. What is it? The mechanics? Is it the story mode? Because, yeah. I wouldn't blame you if it's all of them. All of the above, to be honest. Because, that intro with Leon, it's a tough one, man. It is tough, and it's a tough one. Pretty fun, though, once it lets you play the game. Which is why, you know, many people, including myself, really hype up Mercenaries. For good reason. But yeah. I'm so very weird, man. I beat all campaigns for RE6 multiple times. Like every single one of them. I think I beat that game in total probably 5 times. So yeah. I'm an exception to the rule, pretty much. But I hope you put the time into it, though, because it's very, you know, unlike any other game. Even from what I've seen from RE9, like, it's still, it might be better than 4 Remake, but again, nowhere near the potential that was 6. And I heard the enemy roster is pretty small in 9. So even if it did have the advanced mechanics, you're not really using them in many different ways, like in 6, so. Yeah. You would definitely get your fun out of it if you put more time into it. Kind of sucks to say it does get fun after, you know, a couple hours, but there's no third-person shooter that rivals it, even after all these years. To Silk Song eventually, but I wasn't big on Hollow Knight. Oh, okay. I got Silk Song, but I never finished it, sadly. And from what I've heard, it's a pretty long game. So, yeah. Like, that's why I like SotN so much, because it is short. Oh, 1 second. It's very pick up and play, but Silk Song being like, what, 60 hours? It's a little much. That's why I like Aria as well. Like, pretty short and sweet game. So yeah, I did like Hollow Knight, mainly because of the bosses and the controls. It really reminded me of like an old school action platformer. And the bosses were really well designed. And Silk Song does still match that same quality. Like art direction, tone, atmosphere, stuff like that. And controls, especially boss fights when I played. It's just too long, man. So yeah. Like when I did I did a Just slow it down a bit. I did a stream for Silk Song, and yeah, it's a really good game. I just wish they made an action platformer. I think with their enemy design and boss design, they can make a really good action platformer. And having that sort of genre would make them close the scope a little bit. Yeah, Saturn has 2 visual display processors, VDP1 and 2. One handles foreground assets, character sprites, and HUD, the background layers. Oh, okay. So trying to line up all those different segmented sprites is the issue, I'm assuming. Tweaking around the emulation console GPU or everybody in this case. Oh, okay, yeah. That makes sense. Can't forget the Basilard. Okay. Oh, I did get the cloth. Okay. Now, I did take note of the Saturn exclusive areas, so we will circle back around to them during the playthrough. So, we are going to do a full boss run as always. So, yeah. I found a few good spots to go to these unique areas during the playthrough. And there's one unique boss, so like I said last time, and every time, boss fights aren't the strength in this game. I kind of hope one day there's a tweak to that at some point. Like having redesigned boss fights. Metroid Fusion, because I've heard that's the more linear, which I like. Oh yeah, Fusion, really good game. It is true, it's a bit more linear. There's even a sort of a waypoint on the map. A really fun game. Really fun game. And it's also really short too, which is good. So if you like it, it means you can replay it soon after. And if you don't like it, at least you won't outstay your welcome. And it's not like we're gonna get a 2D Metroid game anytime soon, unfortunately. Nah, it doesn't really matter. When I was playing earlier, I couldn't do the wolf jump in the corner. Now I'm not too sure if that's just me not being able to pull it off, but I've been pretty consistent. So I'm not sure if it's something about the Saturn version changed something. But yeah, so I'm collecting more money when I can. That's why I went a little corner there. I practically speedran Metroid Dread and almost finished Prime. Only played like 5 minutes of Hollow Knight. You're not a big fan of it either, Hollow Knight? I kind of want to revisit it to get a reminder of the game, because it has been more than 5 years. I do have a sneaking suspicion I won't like it as much, but I'll still like appreciate the game. But when it comes to like being an all-time favorite, probably not. But it'll still be a phenomenal game though. Oh yeah, I don't really need that. I'm trying not to jumble up my Richter route and Alucard route.
Wait a moment.
Wait a moment.
You seem human.
360 version.
What?
Yeah, I did buy Guardian Heroes a couple years ago. So I have that ready to go on my Series S. I just need to get to it pretty much.
I'm Maria.
And I think there's even more playable characters and extra modes, stuff like that.
Not the talkative type, I can see. Well, perhaps we'll meet again.
Max Payne 3, Dead Space Remake, RE4. Good choices, man. What about Dead Space 2? I've heard Dead Space 2 leans more into the action gameplay than the first one. But I mean, yeah, I'm pretty sure it's just preference. I think the first game is more horror than action, and the 2 is more action than horror. I gotta play the remake. I haven't played Dead Space 1 since the PS3, so it's been well over a decade, pretty much. It's pretty much the spiritual successor to RE4 too, so pretty nice that limb shots actually matter and stuff like that. Okay. It is unfortunate here that a remake didn't do too well, Dead Space. So I don't think there's gonna be a sequel remake, but shorter games, yeah, man. Shorter the better. Like, being able to do all the boss fights in this game so far is taking me like 3 hours, which is pretty fun. Like, it's just short enough, well, just long enough where it can be done reasonably in a single sitting, which I like. Okay, from what I remember, every candle here is just hearts. So. We're out of here. Vanquish is for sure my favorite Rockstar game. Is it any better on PC compared to PS3? That was the last time I played that game. That seems like another genre that's, well, I was about to say abandoned, but I feel like there's nothing comparable to like Vanquish, Max Payne 3, RE6. Like, it seems like the third-person genre sort of peaked during that generation. Dead Space 1, you know, stuff like that. Nowadays, I feel like the games are trying to catch up to what those games did, but not as effective. Max Payne 3, Fear 1, Gunslinger. Oh, is that the No, it's a different one. I never played Gunslinger. I think I played it was one on the PS3, and it was like a first-person shooter. Yeah, so it's I think it was. So yeah, it's not a third-person shooter. Oh, Dead Space 2 drags it down a bit. The encounters. Oh, okay. I can't really think of a single one. Again, it's been well over a decade, probably even 15 years, but I'll pick that up later. But I'm sure it's still a better game than most stuff these days. There's a bit of slowdown, but it might just because of all the extra enemy spawns in like one large room. Because it's back to normal already, which is good. Oh my god. Slow-mo. No Dead Space remake sold well. Okay, yeah. That's always the case, huh? But yeah, that's the the sorry side effect, man, of these inflated dev costs, it seems. It has to be like a smash hit. And for most games, that's not gonna happen. If only there was like reasonable budgets, you know. Then games would be a little alright. RE5 and 6, but they really only shine it. Yeah. But that's fine though. That's like where the bread and butter is for like the quick pick up and play nature of it, which is fun. Okay. Soul of Wolf. So I won't be able to get the, I think the Garnet right here, but I've tried to jump, but no, I messed up. We're fine. I'm just gonna go save and then, because we go back here anyway, so it's not like health is that important. Well, usually. We'll see. Our first campaign is still unmatched. It's the, yeah, it's like up there as one of the perfect paced adventure games. Like, I still wonder how people, like, how people feel about the island. Because even back then, that was usually the sore spot. Like, where people would usually list as, like, am I going the right way? I'm not actually. Can you go up? Yeah, people list like the island as sort of like the down slope of the game. But I think it's an overall pretty damn good. It's up there as NGB as like the perfect blend of action and adventure. We have one more chance to get this health pickup on the way out of here. Because we're gonna go to Coliseum afterwards, so I'm gonna come back through here. Max Payne 3 on the hardest difficulty is great on PC. Is it easier on PC because of the mouse and keyboard controls? I can imagine the way more smoother controls sort of breaks the game. Well, I know Max Payne originally started out as a PC game, right? But was that the case for 3 or no? Like I started playing the games on PS2, so to me there were console shooters, but I know I think they started as PC. Again, usually nothing too special, this item here, but we just walk through here for the easy XP. Gears of War 2 as well. Didn't they remake Gears of War 1 like 3 times at this point? You kind of wish the other games got that treatment, or I know they remade it around, I'm not sure if it was the Series S or the Series or earlier than that, but I know there was one then, and then the more recent one that was just released on PlayStation. So yeah, I know the first game got a lot of love, but I wonder if the future games should have been carried over as well in some way. Yeah, I can imagine they updated the first game with like future mechanics, or no? Or it was still pretty faithful, or another sort of remake with those compromises?
It's been a long time, old one.
Old one.
Oh, it's you, Master Alucard. What do you need?
I need your help.
Young Master.
Max Payne 1 and 2 were PC games by Remedy, then Rockstar's Internal Studios ported them. Oh, okay, okay.
You won't go.
And then Rockstar developed 3, right? Without Remedy?
In that
Or
case,
no?
just tell me what you need.
So yeah, we couldn't do the wolf jump, so we can only get Jewel of Open, and that's it. Thank you. So yeah, money's gonna be a little weird this time because we can't start off with like a massive amount, but it should be fine, hopefully. Usually I just spend my money on potions and high potions. Like I just dump money. And maybe the steel shield, but other than that, we should be fine. And we get a lot of library cards right now when we do the switch. And another one right before Centaur, or Minotaur and Werewolf, so we get 2 free ones anyways. What? Slow-mo. Okay, it looks pretty fine so far though on... I'm still cursed, so... There we go. Alright, this time, let me not forget my new route. Because last time I went to the caverns when I was just supposed to go to Colosseum, so... Let me try to remember this time. Alright, let's see. There we go. That's fine. Yeah, I'll save. To do the map shortcut, you have to do up and pause to access it. I'm assuming that wasn't a thing in the original. Because when I read the sort of patch notes for this game, well, this patch, yeah, there's a new added hard mode. There's a map, fixed translucency, transparent effects. I think I said hard mode, where they double damage from the enemy. I feel like there's a few more things. Oh, and of course, you know, the translation, which is nice. I'm sure there's some more stuff, but... Rockstar Vancouver made Max Payne 3 with Remedy staff serving as supervisor. Oh, okay. How, what's the word? Confident about, the Max Payne remakes coming out. I think it's Remedy in charge of that, right? The 1 and 2? I'm kind of curious how that's going to turn out when they're making, the sequel to Control, right? So I'm kind of wondering if the team for the remake of Max Payne 1 and 2 is small, or the main team. Kind of curious how that's going to turn out. So I did like the shooting mechanics of Control. I think it was pretty fun. So I would hope they still got it. Hopefully. I just want to see another snowy Manhattan, pretty much. But we can only hope they capture the same like tone of the original, but we'll see. Of course, there's gonna be creative liberties that are taken, but let's hope it's still in a good translation, pretty much. Okay. I kind of like this. The HUD is in this version better. I actually can't really tell the difference. I think the health number isn't in the middle anymore, right? Isn't that the big difference? And I think the magic is red instead of blue, right? Let me see. Okay. Oh. Okay. I don't want to pick up the wrong item. I do like the magic effect though. I like the spirit orb and the Tetra spirit. Well, I think that's spirit orb, but yeah, I do like the visual effects, especially when you take out the Axe Knights, like that little shimmer explosion they got going on. And I think it wasn't like that originally either, so I think they even updated like hit effects and, you know, death animations too a little bit. We haven't heard about those remakes, even if they're okay. And that was at least a year at this point, right? It's been a cool bit. Oh crap! Which one is it? Oh no! Okay. I did not want to miss it by a few seconds. Anything but... Oh, okay, okay. Well, hopefully we find out soon, man. But I do have a feeling it's going to be a long ways away. But I am glad Remedy is still making games, at the very least. Coliseum. Oh. Okay. When it comes to the intro title text, I think I might prefer Requiem, actually. I don't think this one has as much flair to the other games, well, compared to the other games. So I'm not 100% sold on this one. Okay. Free XP and hearts. I've been thinking about going for the blood cloak. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. It's actually pretty cool. You see the monster from Rondo down here. Like, I rarely go down here, so I always miss this guy right here, but yeah, this game does a really good job at paying homage to like pretty much every game in the series. Blood cloak. Usually I skip this, but it's not too bad. Okay, I just gotta remind myself to use the attack potion before the boss fight. Oh, another cool thing about this version, you can go ahead and start skipping cutscenes even without a clear save file. That's pretty nice. Usually you have to do a full, like, true ending playthrough to do that. Oh no. Oh. Okay, at least we're getting a lot of extra money too, which is nice. Okay. Again, I'm really curious about hard mode, about the double damage. Like, maybe that would be another way to experience this game. Like, I'm gonna do that either way. Like, I want to attempt it. Because I still have quite the itch for SotN, to be honest. Like, I'm so crazy about SotN right now. I'm even attempting, playing Gamecom port, the leaked one. Because it's so fascinating that thing even exists at all. And, from what I've seen, they got pretty far into development. I think you can even go to the second castle and fight Dracula. So I think the game was more or less finished. You know, as much as it could be, anyways. But yeah. I don't think the shop features work at all, even though there's a money pickups and all that, but it seems like most stuff is there for the most part. Okay. Feel off to some? No, it feels perfect, actually. The only time it feels off is when my computer slows down. Any sort of shortcomings, like performance-wise, I'm not going to put it on the emulator at all. But yeah, it feels extremely natural, I gotta say. I think it's LT? It is, okay. Dude, what a cool feature, man. I really like the third hand for consumables. So now I don't have to worry about unequipping stuff, re-equipping stuff. There we go. There we go. Yeah, before I would grab that attack potion all the time, that free library card. And it took me a while to realize, why not just use it? Because a lot of the items in this game I kind of just sit on, to be honest. But okay, do not forget Mist. Do not forget. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Okay. Form of Mist. I actually routed Power of Mist this time as well. I don't think I'm going to need it, because the only time where it'll probably come in handy is the final stretch before the Alucard shield. But the Saturn version allows you to do infinite wing smashes with one input. So that's gonna really trivialize that hallway. There we go. Kind of surprised I got that first try, actually. The Soul Steel. Okay, nothing. So I make sure I didn't skip out on money. Okay. Ba-dum-bum-bum. Okay, I might be able to stop monitoring my stream because it seems like it's fine so far. I might just leave it just in case, but it's going smooth so far. That was my biggest worry. Yeah. Because I was able to play this fine without streaming, but once it has to multitask, well, like PC has to multitask, that's where it gets a little hazy, but So we'll see how this keeps going, but it's functioning. It is functioning. Okay. I should probably learn more money locations, but it's probably fine. I can imagine this is going to get a little slow, because again, it's a large area with a few enemies spawning in, so. Okay. What was I doing that setup? A little backslide to kill him every time. Okay. The rooms are surprisingly very consistent. I feel like if you have like a usual game plan, you'll be fine. It does sort of remind me of Castlevania 2 in that way, because you can actually get through like specific rooms with careful setups every time. So this game picks up. Oh, I did that totally by accident, but. I don't want that. Yeah, usually I'll skip the stuff up top, but with the low amount of money we started with, yeah, we want the zircon here, and there should be a potion at the next one. Should be Hippogriff. Nice. I need to make a mod where familiars level up faster. Okay, I remember seeing that. Like, I was going through the menus and
Impressive.
I never noticed there was a level up system. So how does that even work? Like,
You didn't come here to tell me.
like a proficiency system, or do they have to
Do you know the name?
kill things? You know, like the goblin or the sword one.
Belmont clan? Of course.
The Belmont clan.
He disappeared.
Like, I never knew those levels until like
And I'm sure
2 playthroughs ago,
if
to be
you
honest.
see him, please let me know.
As you wish, my lady.
As you wish.
Thank you. So you do know how to be a gentleman.
Off she goes. Yeah, I'm really thinking this just might be my preferred way to play SotN, to be honest. I think the big difference maker, the wing smash sort of accessibility thing, is gonna be huge, because I'm not good enough to, like, you know, chain them in the little buffer window the game has originally. So having the infinite wing smash is gonna be a huge game changer for me. And then again, the extra difficulty to make Alucard actually more, well, every character actually even more difficult. And yeah, the third arm, not too bad. The stages, well, the extra rooms aren't super enticing. I'm gonna show them off, but yeah, that's usually like the only good thing you hear about the Saturn version, but I was pretty surprised to know there's a lot more stuff that's far more interesting than those two little sections, but. And there's one specific room for a boss fight I'm excited to show off too. I'm not sure if there's more visual flares like that in other parts of the game, but there's one specific boss room I like a lot. Order of Ecclesia also has you have level up familiars, and somehow they made it even slower. Really? It just sounds like a very undeveloped mechanic by the sounds of it. Maybe they thought it was too strong before, maybe, but I don't need that. Like, do the, in Aria of Sorrow, do the enemy spirit things also level up in that game or no? Because that's like the only game where I used the, abilities of like enemies. But yeah, in this game and every other Igavania, not really. It was only Aria where I actually used them. Library card. Oh yeah, left trigger. They have to at least hit from what I know, and it takes too long. Okay, but oh, okay. But they're very inconsistent, no? I do remember seeing them get used sometimes, and yeah, they're a little in their own world, let's say. Look how much easier that is. And wait, doesn't in the PS1 version, don't you spawn out here with the library card? I think I actually prefer this version, spawning you here, because I usually go here anyways every time I revisit this guy. We'll use the card.
Thank you.
Oh man. I'll probably buy just one. I could, well, never mind.
Till we meet again.
Wait, what is actors?
I'm interested in this.
Whoa, you can change the
見かけ18歳
Till we
I'm assuming that's the voice actors. Living Souls and Dawn. Oh, okay, okay. So it seems like they mess with that idea a lot of the time then. Like leveling up your little demons. Like even in Curse of Darkness, right? Oh, wrong way. Quick. Yeah, it seems like it's a mechanic they've always wanted to mess with, but never really panned out. But it was probably more fleshed out in Curse of Darkness. It's just, you know, the way that game was, you know, balancing wise. In the Dawn, the more souls draw, the more powerful a soul gets. Oh, okay. I'm still up in the air if I'm gonna play those, like for stream, I mean. That's a big maybe. Again, it's super early in the year, so I wouldn't completely, you know, say no, but it's not on my priority list. No, slow down. Okay, how do I... Okay, missed this out. Okay. There we go. I'm half debating if I should go back to to the save station to heal, but we should be fine. There is actually a unique dagger in the prison area that's unique to this game. I used it for a little bit, and it's exactly like the Basilard, but stronger. It does have this sort of red color to it, like the red rust. I don't think it has any drawbacks like that weapon, though. I was using it for a few minutes, and nothing really popped out as a negative, but I don't know. I am going to use it for the playthrough, though. It does look like a pretty good weapon. Okay. I think the slowdown is messing with my timing. That's enough. Oh, nice. Before I used way too much MP and I couldn't miss through the gate, so yeah, I don't want that to happen. And yeah, I gotta remember I'm playing Alucard, so let me go pick up Bat before I forget. Miss could pass. The jewel sword is also different in this version. Tassios with the jewels you have. Oh, that's pretty cool. And I know there's unique equipment as well in this version. The only one I'm aware of is the cape. In the secret room where the ghost guy with a floating blade is. I forget his name, but. So yeah, there's a unique cape in there. I think even the Alucard spear, and a few other things, but I don't know where they are, to be honest. I am going to get the cape, though. I do know where that's at. I go there anyways all the time for the free level up stuff, so. Okay. This time, I can't forget to pick up Fairy Scroll. It shouldn't be needed because again I have the infinite wing smash, so being caught off guard in that final tunnel and the reverse castle won't be a problem, but better safe than sorry. I'm actually getting really lucky with my money drops. $1 is $1. I'm assuming I'm not getting much XP anymore from these guys. What? I think one of the ectoplasms was gone. Unless I didn't see it, but. Okay, I did pick up the HP upgrade last time, so I don't need to grab it this time. Yeah, I grabbed it. It took me a while to realize there's a heart upgrade over here. I don't know why it took me so long to try to break this, but yeah, when I was playing Richter, I decided to break it, and pretty big game changer. Any heart upgrade is pretty good, so. Okay. Outside we go. Yeah. For sure Aria, but after that I'm not too sure. Like, I think if I'm really out of Castlevanias to play, and once I've done like a playthrough with Maria and Rondo in this game, and even oh, I don't need to grab that, and Eric in Bloodlines, then maybe I'll think about the other games. But I think there'll be more of like a casual playthrough, like a blind playthrough, because it's been so long. But because I definitely won't practice them the same way I did this game. Okay. See, I don't think the Blood Moon was a thing in the, like, originally. I think that's a new little effect. Get me out of here. Oh, I got lucky there. Oh, barely missed the top of it. No. Oh, God. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh. I am so glad it doesn't despawn off screen. Alright, before the computer explodes. Okay. Okay, this should be where the cape is. I'm not sure if it's the first castle or the second one, but we're about to find out. Oh my God. I was spamming that. Ah, there it is. Thank you very much. Oh my God, the double hit. Okay. Rainbow Mantle. Now, if what I've seen, it sort of randomly cycles between every color. Like the liner changes and even the outside layer as well. I didn't see the stats if they're good or not, but it's a Saturn exclusive, so we'll keep it on for the rest of the playthrough. Oh my God. Actually. Okay. I thought I missed the money pickup. I think it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. It's fine. We gotta circle back around to the center anyways, so. As long as I get out of here in time. Is this song new? I actually don't remember hearing this guitar like at all. I could have just been talking over it every single time. Okay. Yeah, as I was saying, boss fights aren't really this game's strong suit. I do think it's definitely one of my favorite games of all time, but the only flaw I have, well, my gripe with this game, is the boss fights, unfortunately. And that's usually my, what's the word? My favorite part about action games, 2D action games, are the boss fights. So the fact these aren't too good is a bit of a bummer, but everything else hard carries this game. Okay, since we have a lot of flight options now, I am going to grab Power of Mist. Like I mentioned before, we probably won't need it, but you never know. I don't really remember the text effect either between the original PS1 version and this one. I'm not sure which one I prefer. Wrong one. It should be right beneath the stairs. Oh. Ooh, look at me. Oh god. Gotcha. Okay, hope I can get this in oh, there it is. Okay. Now, this is the first time I'm ever grabbing this thing, by the way. Usually I skip it every single time, but I'm gonna start getting a habit of picking it up now. There we go. Oh, crap. I definitely want to save after all that. And to get my MP back, so. Okay. Okay, I'm still checking up on my phone every once in a while, and it seems, again, it's still going pretty strong. So I'm playing with OBS minimized, so usually I can monitor it with, like, as I'm playing on my CRT, but I can't really do that right now. Because I gotta play with my main monitor here. But it seems to be doing fine. Okay, so having the infinite wing smashes in these little hallways is going to be a lot easier. Nice. So yeah, that reason alone is why the second castle is gonna be a lot easier. Alright, let me make sure yeah, I don't think I picked this up. Okay, I did, okay. That should have been the max HP upgrade. Let's hope I don't miss input. Because again, I'm not used to having this third hand, so... I think it's left trigger. Okay, so that's missed. Okay. So... There we go. Oh no. Okay. Usually when I have mist, it ends on its own. Because I don't have power of mist usually, so. We should be fine. Oh god. I don't remember. Okay. I think it's left trigger. Okay. Way more nervous than it should be. Like my hands are literally sweating right now.
So, did you...
Because if I got hit, I think I would have died. I think I would have been knocked away too far and too many times.
Really? So he is here.
But the one I saw was the enemy. He was the lord of this castle.
Okay, smooth sailing.
Can't be true. You're...
Okay, so now we're going to
I must go now.
the caverns. So we're about to see the new area. Okay. Actually, library card out of here. Okay, I definitely need to buy some. I think I could afford 2. Let's hope. I definitely library card a few times. But we have Onyx to sell, which is good.
I'm interested in this.
Thank you.
I'm interested in this.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think I can buy the Iron Shield anymore, yeah. It's not like I really need it. It just makes the game even easier. We'll do that.
Thank you. Oh, till we meet again.
Okay. I should try to pick up the Garnet, because I'm not too sure if I actually... Wait a second. Do I have Fairy? I do, okay. Okay. So I forgot last time that was a big problem. Amazing. No. The slowdown, yeah. That's just my computer though. That's not the emulator. Trying to emulate a game and stream is where a few problems come up, but surprisingly, you know, I'm gonna stop talking. I don't want to jinx anything, but okay, I can definitely grab this now. Okay, nice that you got the Saturn version. Yeah, it was actually way more easier than I thought. Actually, took a little bit of fiddling with the patching and finding certain things, you know, but it wasn't too bad. Little scavenger hunt. It's pretty fun every once in a while. Not my first rodeo. But yeah, it was actually way more easier than I thought. I was just more surprised it actually works, like for my computer, to be honest. But yeah, now we have a whole library at our fingertips that I never experienced. So, I did borrow, whatchamacallit, Shinobi Legions. Yeah, so we have that. I've been wanting to try that out for years. There's actually a running gun shooter on here I want to check out as well. And there's also like a handful of like shmups as well too, so yeah. I'll probably come back every once in a while with the a Saturn stream. I didn't. Oh, okay. Before we go to the caverns, I need to get the stopwatch. Okay. I knew I was forgetting something. Okay. Close on. Actually, the font here is kind of nice. I think so too, actually. I think even the... Okay, not this right here. You're going to see the new area font. I'm not a big fan of this version. I think I prefer Requiem. But when you pick up like heart and HP upgrades, that I do like quite a bit. I like the little effect in this game. Boom, boom. And we're about to go to the new area, and it lines up perfectly with my route, so. Actually, should I kill Succubus first? Nah, we're good. So we're just gonna go pick up the heart and health upgrade like I always do. Whoopsie. That's fine. Usually I get the bandana here, but since I go here later than back then, it's not as strong anymore. Regardless, of, still enjoyable to watch regardless of performance. Well, I'm glad. Because when I did a little private stress test stream. Try to say that 3 times in a row. It was surprisingly functional, like watchable, you know, like pretty similar to how my typical streams play, you know. So yeah, that was pretty reassuring, because I really want to keep playing SotN. So any little, you know, different versions I can get my hand on, the better. So I'm kind of like, I've been obsessed with this game for a while, but more so watching it from the sidelines. But now that I'm able to play it myself, it's pretty damn fun. Shinobi games. I've only finished 3, and the Game Gear game, the sequel, I think it's Silent Fury. But that's it. I finished Silent Fury and 3, and the 3DS game. But yeah, that was it. I tried to learn Revenge of Shinobi, but I didn't get too far. The game's actually pretty hard. But I do want to go back and practice it eventually. Data saved. But yeah, so now that we have the a working Saturn emulator, I need to go through the process of watching a lot of recommendation videos to see what I could play in the future. Here's a dagger. Oh, never mind. I think it's the next one. Ooh. Nope. Astral dagger. So this is how the Basilard looks, right? Oh, wrong one. Mysterious different dimension dagger. And like I mentioned last time, visually it gives me the sort of red rust look, which is a gimmick weapon. But I use this for a little bit, and it doesn't seem to have any like drawbacks, like at all. Like there's no locking of your inputs, nothing like that. It's also stronger than the Basilard, so I'm able to swing super quick and do more damage. So pretty good weapon for me. But yeah, that is the new area. Pretty cool way to get XP. And I get a cool weapon out of it, so that's nice. And it's on my usual route, so it's not too out of the way. But we're still not done with this little section. I've tried a lot of things, and physical attacks don't seem to kill ghosts. Only the Holy Bible does. I tried to see if I could use like a holy weapon. It will probably work, but yeah. I think they put the Bible there for a reason. So I use it, get a few easy kills, a lot of XP, and then just get out of there. We're just gonna go to the opposite end of here. Open up the shortcut just to get the HP upgrade. Since we're so close to it, you know. Might as well. I never got around to playing the Saturn version, but one thing I really am curious, skill relic that is only available on Saturn version. Oh yeah, the yeah, I kind of forgot about that. The God boots. I'm not too sure when we pick it up, but I think it's at the start of Second Castle. I hope. That was like my biggest thing I was looking forward to as well, but with all the movement options you have at that time and the infinite wing smash, movement in general is a lot more doable for all skill levels. But I can imagine the little sprint boots will be very helpful in certain sections. But yeah, hopefully I can find it like along the way, but alright, so let's go all the way back. Get some easy XP out of it. Revenge of Snowy a few weeks ago, and I did it once to see. Ooh, nice. Deceptively easy since it's a memo heavy game. Okay. That's the case for every game, in my opinion. I think every action game specifically has a certain level of that, right? Like you won't beat Ninja Gaiden 6-2. I think that's the infamous stage with the respawning enemies. Like you're not gonna beat that without learning spawns in that game, like the trigger points, you know. Yeah, I think memorization is a core part of every action game. No, no! I got hit once. I was kind of afraid of that happening. Bruh. Oh. Oh my god. Okay, the Saturn version is my favorite version. We take it back. This section's actually good. It's not as simple as I thought. Gives me my favorite weapon. I get the stopwatch. What's not to love? There we go. Took me a while. And as you could probably hear, I'm using the Xbox controller. So everything flows real naturally. Instantly playing the Saturn version. It was literally just plug and play, so. I was actually playing this game on the keyboard for a little bit. It wasn't too bad. Surprisingly. It wasn't too bad. Now, I won't do that at all, but maybe if I want to do a challenge run, probably. I like the OST that plays in the Cursed Prison. Organ is perfect instrument for Gothic. That is true. I wish I had a re-release. I have the cartridge, but the game is super underrated. I definitely need to play the game more than just the one time I played it. So I think that's the perfect blend. Because that game is hard. That game does have some pretty like carefully made sections, but it also has like the right amount of like fan service, like the same way 3 does, right? Well, I mean, from what I've seen of Art of Vengeance, but that game just didn't have the difficulty, it seems. But yeah, I think 3DS version should have been the one that's more available right now. Yeah, let me go back up to go fight Succubus. Actually, I think I could have just continued the other way and just flown up in bat, but it's fine. We're already committed, so. No. Alright, we're already here. Alright, we're safe. Forgot to mention earlier in the stream, Koji Igarashi himself is not a fan. Really? I can imagine, like, the performance reasons is the only, you know, thing holding it back, but again, I'm having a very different experience with this game, right? I'm not playing the original on original hardware where the slowdowns were extremely harsh. Even for just transformations, they were crazy long. So yeah, I'm assuming that's why he didn't really care for it. But when I'm playing, it's pretty, you know, it's the SotN experience, you know. With the fan patch, it's pretty good version now. Again, I'm very close to saying it's my preferred version. Like, that's how much I'm liking it so far. By Setsumi Konami with little to no input from the original games team. Oh, okay. And wasn't SotN made by the B team as well? So like,
Mother!
SotN really was all odds against it pretty much.
I'm coming, Mother! I'll save you!
I remember playing this game. Best part of this version is how you can start as Richter. Yeah, you can just select them. You don't have to type in the name. It wasn't too much of a bother, but this makes it a lot more seamless. That's pretty nice.
Mother, no! Please, no!
2 games on a keyboard, surprisingly intuitive. Yeah, it felt pretty natural.
my last.
Like I was doing like the usual keyboard, right? But I actually held the keyboard
You must despise.
like this, but the edge of it,
Be your prey.
like that for the D-pad.
Better for them to die.
It felt like
Compound their sins.
playing with an elongated controller, but
That one over there.
yeah, it worked.
No,
Um,
it wasn't like this.
What's wrong?
I was gonna grab something.
Mother never said such a
Okay, I'll be back. I'll be back. I think I have
What
time.
do you mean? Kill them and bring them happiness.
No, you're not my mother. What kind of demon are you?
You broke free of my spell. I like that.
Demon.
Demon.
Death is
Okay, I think the boss
for you.
will start.
Come here, little boy, and show me what you've got.
Wasn't the Requiem version she says don't be shy? I think she should have kept that line. There's not many lines of Requiem that I cared for, but that's a pretty nice little extra detail.
I smell your blood. You're a vampire? Could it
I got a reproduction copy of Saturn version. Oh, okay, so you do have the original console as well. Choppy Reviewer.
Lord Dracula?
But that's pretty sick if you have the actual
World will set your
Saturn to play this game on.
demon.
That'd be pretty sick.
Wait, I beg of you.
The Dreamcast and 360 both have A, X, Y, B face buttons. They have the same layout as well. Yeah, I had to do no customization for the Series controller. Like, it just worked immediately well. So there you go. Now we have that all set up. Let me go to the save room and I'll show you what I just picked up. Okay. Speaking of challenge runs with different controllers, I have the Guitar Hero controller. Now, I do have a PS2, like a USB adapter, and I did plug it in, and it does work. Here's a problem though. You know how in this game, we have to move left, right, up, and down, right? So immediately 4 buttons are taken up off the 5. And we still need to do attack, jump, and 3 transformations. So yeah, there's not enough buttons on here. And I can't map the strum. So this game is a little too complicated for this thing. Like, I've seen playthroughs for arcade sticks. And you know, there's 4 buttons on top, 4 on bottom, and a full, you know, stick to use as well. So there's way more options to work with for an arcade stick playthrough. But yeah, the Guitar Hero guitar is a little too... SotN is a little too complex for the guitar. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to use it for something. I have an idea. But it'll take some time. It'll take some time. Boom, ba, boom. Squadron 2, one of the best 2D games on Saturn. Oh, okay. I'll be sure to remember that. I really need a notepad. Because there was a few things that was recommended as well yesterday to me. Usually when that happens, I remember it. But yeah, some things get forgotten, unfortunately. But I'll definitely go back to my VOD and try to find that stuff. Capcom games, even the D-pad is great for the funny games. It took me long enough. The Saturn was an arcade game console in general, it seems to me. I would assume so too, yeah. But yeah, I'm really excited to dive into the catalog of this console. There's not many consoles I haven't tried out, but this is one of them. This one and the TurboGrafx, the Saturn, and there's another Sega console, but I can't really remember right now. If I mess up, I just stand right here, and all the heads can't reach me there, so. Go here, get my damage iframes. Okay. Pretty easy boss. Which is the case for every boss in this game. To be a spiritual successor to PC Engine. Oh, nice. That's a good sign. Especially since I'm really getting into shmups as of late. I have heard the PC Engine is pretty chock full of them. So. Yeah. Again, never believe you're going to finish your backlog, because if you're an enjoyer of video games as a medium, it's never going to happen. You can either look at that as a good or bad thing. I see it as a good thing.
Your right
So
is my command.
instead of trying to beat everything super fast and move on to the next thing, just enjoy what you're playing. I can't believe I used to get the Medusa statue. Well, the mermaid statue, I mean. For the boat guy. Because you can grab that so easy. And once you do get the holy symbol, there's not much to do with it. Not that I know of anyways. So it's kind of a waste of time to take the ferryman trip both ways. Alright, let me hurry up and save, because a little screen transition took a little too long. I'm a little nervous, but should be fine. Dreamcast, that's the one, and the Master System actually. There's not many games on there that interest me, but that's not really fair. I haven't really looked at it too much, but like I beat the Ninja Gaiden game on there. I do have the Aleste collection, which has Power Strike 1 and 2. I know that's Master System. I heard the Mickey Mouse Illusion game is pretty good on there. Even the Sonic games are actually really good. I think people say the first game on there is better than the Genesis one. So there's reasons to play the console, but I just need to find the games pretty much. But the weird thing is about the Master System, I don't think it was ever released in the States, if I recall. I've heard it was only like popular everywhere else. It's like the Ninja Gaiden game, right? It runs at 50 hertz. Same for Power Strike. So it's going to run faster in the States. So unless you have a European TV, a European outlet, and the actual cartridge, and a 50 hertz TV as well, you won't have the original experience. Otherwise, it's going to be off time than intended. So when it comes to how I played the Master System Ninja Gaiden game, I'm not too sure how accurate it was, if I gotta be honest. Yeah, that's why I'm a little not in a hurry to play Master System, because of that little hardware stuff, but like I play on my Wii for Ninja Gaiden, and there is an option to slow it down to 50 hertz, but I'm not sure if that even makes a difference, to be honest. But yeah, I played a good handful of Genesis games. Dreamcast, not at all. I just haven't found a good emulator. But In time, in time. Wasn't there a game called Fire something? There's like a certain firefighter type of game on Dreamcast. 1 second. Alright, they're mostly calm. I have a ton of DVD and Blu-ray movies, so yeah, I don't think I can watch all of them. Yeah. And that's just another medium, right? There's games, movies, shows, books, you know. Anime, manga, comics. So much stuff. So I'm already in over my head over one medium with games, so yeah. It's an everlasting endeavor. And if your tastes evolve along with it, then it's gonna be a pretty fun time. Just my junkie. Yeah, man. He retired, you know, like a year or two ago. And didn't he also sell his massive physical collection? Dude, like, so he really like left, you know. End of an era. Other way. Work in this version. I know about the second controller. I did watch a playthrough by Dragon Blitz, and I think someone asked him the same question, and I think he said no. I think he said people tested it, and the second controller thing doesn't work in this version. I don't know how true that is, but I'm just gonna assume that that's not possible in this version. Too far. Look at this. Infinite wing smash. Infinite wing smash. Infinite wing smash. Infinite wing smash. No, I'm just an expert player. Yeah. Ooh. Uh-oh. No! Let's do that. This guy is surprisingly tanky, actually. Oh my god, he's still alive? And this dagger is way stronger than the Basilard. So the fact he takes like 6 hits with magic as well. Okay. Ba-ding. You can switch between PAL and NTSC. Yeah, I do the same thing on my Wii, but I'm not sure if that still is accurate enough. I can imagine it is, but I can never be too sure, right? Because, like, from my experience hearing about, like, NG2 emulation, I hear it has slight differences. So, emulation and original hardware can be actually different. Even, I heard N64 is still really weird and wonky emulation-wise. So, like, even now, it's probably better just to get original hardware. To play the N64. So, it could be close changing the regions, but how accurate is it really, you know? So I can definitely be a purist sometimes about that sort of thing. We're good. There we go. Down he goes. I did kind of mess up not picking up the health and heart upgrade because of infinite wing smash, but I'm half tempted to go back and pick them up. Because usually right here, I'll library card out. So I'm going to go back and pick that up. It won't be hard to get because, yeah, infinite wing smash. Yeah, Burning Rages though, that's the game. Yeah, that's like one of the first games I've ever heard about the Dreamcast. I don't think that's the right game. What console? But yeah, I've always heard about the that game. Oh my god. No. I thought that was a save. But I think I saved already. I'm actually not too sure. But let's just go. Infinite wing smash. Infinite wing smash. A little too long then? Okay. I wonder why everyone would do PAL versions of games. Mary been stuck with 50 Hz seems lame and glad we evolved to the Stone Age. I wonder, do you know why that was though? Like the difference of like, of hardware and performance. Like even like up to the PS2 era, I think that was still a thing. Like a difference of 50 and 60 for the longest time. Yeah, I kind of let me take this off just in case. I don't want to miss input. Yeah, I wonder what the reasoning was for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. I don't think there's any use for a library card, but they're cheap enough.
Thank you.
I might as well. Where is it? Iron Shield. And I still have more money too.
What can I do for you?
I'm interested in this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Till we meet again.
Till we meet again. Some games made in Europe were designed with 50 Hz in mind, so playing them 60 Hz feels. Exactly, yeah. I swear that's how it feels for Ninja Gaiden, man. The Master System game. Some of those enemies just teleport on top of you. I've always wondered if that was just me or just like the weird, you know, the Hertz thing. But A64 emulation still relies on ancient plugin formats, which, oh wow, that's weird to hear then, because like, isn't N64 like the most popular emulator around there? Well, out right now. I would think it would be like the first thing to get made perfect, especially from that age group that really grew up with it. Whoa, how did I do that? But yeah, you would think they would want to like perfect that super quick, but PCSX2 got so much better ever since the got rid of plugins. So how long ago was that then? Like for everybody using plugins? I have to assume like a decade ago. For an Ocarina of Time, you can just download fan PC ports. Oh yeah, the native ports, right? Yeah. They run much better too compared to emulation or real hardware. Oh, wow. Yeah, I can imagine. Yeah, way better than original hardware. With all the upscaling stuff too, I bet. Maybe in 4K. Textures here and there, probably. Maybe that's why it's not too much of a hurry to make those changes, because what's there to play? I heard the I think it's only 250 games in the entire N64 library, and most of them I've heard aren't super good. They vary in quality pretty much from what I've heard. Could be some lame EU regional regulation or something. Oh, okay. Really interesting though to think about. I'm sure there's like an hour-long video I could watch that breaks it down, like the science behind it, before it got like standardized. Europe used different power outlets than US and Asia. Said power outlets take less voltage. Oh, okay. Okay, I can see that. I want to make sure I didn't pick up a different sub-weapon. Stop. PCSX2 got rid of plugins in 2021. Oh wow, that was super recent. Only 5 years ago, but still. To newer QT6. Okay. Wow. So what was the major breakthrough then to even swap? Like was the new technology like the catalyst for that? See, I'm assumers. I never lived during those times. Unless we caught up with the US and Japan. How long ago was that? Like the 90s? I'm assuming. Well, PS2 was... That was my time. So it wasn't too far gone. I'm not that old, so... I'm not that ancient history. But playing these games, I'm sure it gives off that impression that I am. Okay, Rozzy, since you're a younger age demographic, bro, I couldn't do a single wing smash. What's your opinion of me playing these games? Because this is going to be 30 years old next year. So how crazy is it for you to still see people play these games and be like really into them? Or like, yeah, or even you trying to get into the older stuff. I feel like it's definitely a large departure between like the crowd of 3D action games and the 2D stuff. Yeah, we should be good. I don't think I forgot anything. Oh, we actually
Alucard?
have a little something here.
Voice. Maria?
Maria.
I'm sorry. You were right. He has joined Fort.
Nostalgia Net. Okay.
So
Oh, nice. Okay, appreciate it.
But
Go check that out.
someone must be controlling him.
Was Only Shambada 1 ever released in the US? I believe only US.
Victor.
I don't... Well, no, it did. I know there's something called Zombie Zone. Originally, right?
All our sakes, show me that you will.
I know there's... Okay, I remember looking into this before. I think the US did get the game. It's just called something different. But I could be wrong. But I know there's like... Oh wow, she died quick. Dude, look at that hair animation. That's crazy. But yeah, I want to say there's a US version, but I'm not too sure. But I know the state's got the second game for sure, though. This is pretty cool, actually. Because if you notice, this is a different moveset than the one we saw in Requiem. She's using her Saturn moveset in this boss fight. While in Requiem, she was using her more projectile-based moveset in that game. So we actually have two different boss fights in this game. Okay, that's hitting her. Oh my god. It's a little glitched out. Don't worry. Okay, I should probably use the shield rod. Iron shield, here we go. Little funky. Okay. Oh my god. The other way, Alucard, the other way. Okay, she ran into it. Oh. Okay, just took a bit. Joined the PCX team and overhauled a lot of his code, allowing for Vulcan Render. Oh, okay. Did they poach him, or
I'll do my best.
they just decided to join forces?
Well, here.
Half the media nowadays is not nostalgia baiting, especially in games with all the remix.
If you
Good
wear
all.
these, you can see.
Speaking of that, I remember
Thank you.
I heard RE9 actually does that.
Pray for the soul of your friend.
Like calling back to RE2 and stuff like that. It happens for every generation though, right? Calling back to the time they grew up in. So I guess it's only natural. I didn't grab the gravity boots, did I? I usually grab that first thing, but wait, I think I did. I did, yeah. That was totally autopiloting. Piloting. Oh, oh. Okay. Try playing as Maria in the version for the next stream. She plays completely different. Yeah, I'm gonna do that, man. I am very enthusiastic about SotN right now. So I want to do. It's currently 6:05 p.m. for me. I want to do this playthrough, and I want to do Richter all bosses as well. So that should be like 5-hour stream. Yeah, I would probably keep going, but it'll be late, so I can be playing this for too long. But oh, see, that's why I wanted to move this stuff. Oh well, we gotta wait a minute now. Yeah, because you go to all rocks. Yeah, because I haven't fought him yet, so. But yeah, I plan to play Maria on this version. Hopefully on Requiem as well. I want to beat hard mode on this game. So yeah. And the GameCom version, because why not? I'm that much into SotN. So yeah, welcome to the new channel. We're a SotN streamer now. I think it's really cool that you play older games. I feel like it's important to respect those older games. There's also a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. A lot of stuff. That's why I really, oh, did you notice, the fairy is sitting on my shoulder? As a younger generation say, This game has soul. And there's a lot of stuff to back up that claim about this game. Yeah, there's a good reason why I try to bring up the classics as much as possible in my video. I know they're very unknown, I suppose. Even most 3D action games, and those are already 20 years old. Even Bayonetta is getting there, and Ninja Gaiden 2 and DMC4. So those games are old. So I can only imagine how the 2D stuff is perceived. So, but yeah, because I grew up with, like, my first console was the N64, but I was a baby. But Xbox, original Xbox and PS2 was like the ones I grew up with. So I didn't play these much until like high school. Castlevania 1 was like the eye-opening moment for me. I beat the first game. I wish I had that VOD, man, because I did stream that for my friend way back when. I actually streamed it using my Vita. Like, I still had OBS and everything, but I had a hacked Vita and played off that. Yeah, really weird way to play. But yeah. I wish I kept that VOD. If only I knew, like, those got delisted, but yeah, that would have been really cool to see me beat CV1 for the first time. To have the first time I beat Ninja Gaiden 1 on stream. And a few other games, but yeah, CV1 was like the start for me. And actually, Castlevania 64 was my first game I ever played too. So yeah, Castlevania is a pretty big deal for me. Well, it was either CV64 or Sub-Zero Mythologies, and I'd rather believe it was 64 than Mythology. So actually, well, I'll just use this. I should probably just swap to the dagger. And only once phase 2 starts. What's it called? And I can't really rely on these sprites right now. Oh, here we go. Watch him die in like in 2 hits. There we go. And then we can do the spell. Shield rod. Here we go. Boom. Seems harder in this game compared to Ricken. Really? I don't know, man. But I have no experience with either version, so we'll find out somewhat soon enough. Whoa, I did 2 of them. And he didn't die, surprisingly. Darksiders Warm is coming PC. I thought it was already on PS5, or like or is it like a specific port for the more updated consoles? So I know they existed before, like the remasters, but okay. So let me go save, and then usually at this point we go to the end of the game. Well, end of the first castle. But this is the Saturn version. So we're gonna go visit the gardens first. And luckily, when you use a teleporter for the first time, it takes you to the one near the entrance of the game. So it's just as simple as walking to the right and then all the way to the left. Bonk. 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 Oh. Probably should have just wing smashed. If you jump mid-air like that, it locks you out of like your dive kick. Weirdly enough. I got introduced to older games by watching AVGN videos. Same, yeah. I find that very interesting too because like, you know, a lot of people watch this stuff, right? So he's influenced a lot of people, but I don't think the influence is the same for everybody, right? Like, even though millions of people have seen the older stuff, I don't think that exactly transferred over to newer players for the retro stuff. It makes sense to an extent, right? Because like he's playing games that aren't too good, and you know oh, I never picked this up. I must have forgot because I know I reset the game. I probably forgot, but yeah. So I can imagine it's more like those older games are seen as a sort of oddity more than like an actual game to play and like study and stuff, but yeah. So he was definitely my first like intro to that as well, and kind of like my catalyst to keep going into it. But it wasn't still like CV1, and then I started watching James and Mike Mondays, the other show they did, and then I would watch Mike Matei's like streams as well, like his VODs. Every time I play a new game that I never heard of, whether it be Castlevania or Contra, or just some like random game I come across, he's just so happens to have played it already too. But yeah, watching Mike Matei stuff is probably my largest inspiration for really keeping up with this sort of stuff. So yeah, this channel will probably turn into that, if I gotta be completely honest with you, after a while. No. Because once I cover many games, which there isn't much left, still a good handful, but yeah, I'm gonna follow in the footsteps of just playing random games on the PC Engine, you know, stuff like that. Like exploring all the wide range of games and showing them off. And yeah, in due time. We're already doing that, but I gotta keep the classic games alive somehow. Actually, let's not use the typical magic. Let's see how he actually fights. He's pretty cool looking. Oh, not mean to do that. Okay. Pretty simple. Pretty cool fight though. Bum, ba, da, bum. Before watching AVGen, all I knew of the PS1 was imagined as the awesome ancient technology. Oh, okay. So that was like... Okay, if you think the PS1 is relic of the past, then yeah, the NES is like prehistoric, pretty much. I never got into Atari, so that's like a little beyond my taste right now. But I still respect the console. I know there was more rival. Oh wait, wrong way. There's a save point and a teleporter in that room. How do I get out? But yeah, that's the other version. Well, other stage, which isn't too much to write home about. But there is one enemy I want to show off though, which you've probably seen already. But yeah, where is this guy? I do like the song though. Oh, here he is. Look at that face. Look at this guy. How did Igarashi not like this game? And he's a goner. Poor Wispy Woods really let himself go. So it was mostly GBA, SP, DS, 360 for me when growing up. Then I moved. Oh, okay. Pretty much for me too. Yeah, 'cause I played the OG Xbox for like a good while, playing Jet Set Radio Future, Lego Star Wars. There's like a few other like games here and there, like Republic Squadron, the Star Wars game, and like Punisher here and there. But yeah, once we got the PS2, then yeah, I had that and the Game Boy SP. Yeah, those are my like games at the time. My consoles growing up. I love this boss music. I actually couldn't hear it. Well, I wasn't paying attention, to be honest. I was more focused on the patterns. This is a cool detail. The top left. You could tell where you're at by the location, by the statue in the middle. It's a different face for every teleporter. But having the name is actually really nice as well. It sucks you can't, you know, manually pick it. Like in future games, but that's a pretty good alternative to help. So yeah, that's all the locations for the Saturn version now. Bonk. So now we go on to second castle. The Garden Stage in Gal Guardians looks a lot like this one. I suppose there's only so many ways you can... Oh, okay. I didn't even know there was a Garden Stage... Well, Garden Stage in Gal Guardians. And I beat the first game too. I actually don't remember that. Wait. There's some armor I want to pick up here. Go. We got a few healing items right here. Before I forget. Oh, you know what? I almost forgot to put this on. I almost forgot. A good thing I went up here. And I forgot to... Well, I want to keep that on. Wow. Yeah, I almost forgot. There's always something I forget, man. There is kind of a lot to keep in mind, to be honest. I'm also still new to the game, so I'm not like... It's not second nature just yet, but... Yeah, it was like, okay, with NG1, I can do pretty well if like remembering everything.
I've been waiting.
To the same sort of, thing, like collecting all the golden scarabs,
Why is a
all the health
Belmont
upgrades,
playing a of Count Dracula?
knowing where the
Count Dracula rises but
certain
once
few challenges are,
and
the
my
keys and
hope
stuff, right?
is
There's also a lot of things in that
if I
game,
can resurrect him,
like
then the
pickups.
battle will last for eternity.
So yeah, like that game I'm pretty comfortable, but this one
Those are your true
I need some time. So
so be it.
those two enemies are well made. They look pretty detailed. Their patterns I'm not too sure, but interesting looking enemy. Pretty much the proto troll face. Yeah.
You've defeated me, but all is not yet lost. The resurrection of
Remix of Bloody Tears. I think so. Yeah. Tears along with the Bloodlines version. The soundtrack in this game, man. Well, the entire series, right? Pretty damn good. Okay. Time for the second castle. I might have to skip this just to make sure this doesn't explode on me, so. Bum, 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 ba-dum, bum.
No, what have I done?
Thank you, Alucard, for saving Richter.
Alucard?
I never
Same Alucard who fought alongside
noticed she said
my
it that way.
ancestor, Trevor Belmont?
Correct.
That was over 3
She said it in a very unique way, which I like.
No time for small talk. Is the person who controlled you in that castle over there?
Yes, the Dark Priest is in the other castle. He's trying to resurrect Dracula. You must hurry.
You two get out of here. I'll finish this.
Be careful, Alucard. I'll pray for your soul.
Off you go. There it is. Godspeed shoes. Now, I'm not too sure if it affects your base running speed or if you have to double tap like Richter and Maria. So let's find out. Okay. Okay, you have to double tap. So that's the regular run. And double tap. Double tap. And it affects your jump arc. Look at that. Nice. Look at, oh, we're zooming. Okay, cool. So it's good in parts like this, right? Because trying to wing smash will take too long to transform, and then there's not much distance to cover, but the Godspeed boots is perfect for those little sections like this. Nice. Let's go, Sonic boots. And here's the thing, right? This game already has sort of fast movement, right? So that's why I'm very surprised something like Curse of Darkness didn't. Like, this entire game is about like getting faster and faster movement. So the fact Curse of Darkness didn't do that is super strange to me. Like the move Sonic Dash is more was used more in the later games, like on GBA and DS. But stuff like, oh god. Okay, there's just an extra load screen. Well, all right. Yeah, it was a little scary actually. Let's get the high potion here. But yeah, if only Curse of Darkness had like movement stuff, man. That was like the one thing. Well, a few things, but one of the things that held it back for me. But I just have to assume it's a circumstance of budget. Wrong way. Open this up first. Count Dracula rises only once every century. It's such a bold-faced lie every time I hear that line. Every 2 weeks or so. In the game's timeline, though, it is quite a few years between, no? Like, this is the only game where it was... Is that a chess piece? Whoa. Hold on. Well, it's not really much better, but... Most games aren't super close where they're only 100 years apart. I think this is the only game where that's the case. I think, anyways. Actually, though... Wait. Okay, surprisingly, I just learned about what the 1999 war was about, like, yesterday. Like, I beat Arya a few times, but I never noticed how much they mentioned it. Which was a lot, by the way. And Julius was a big part of that, from what I've seen. And he's still alive when, you know, Arya takes place. So, definitely within 100 years. But I think technically you don't actually fight Dracula in that game. You fight somebody who's trying to bring him back. But yeah, I think most times though it's quite a big gap. Let's go, Sonic Boots. The hypest item in SotN. I don't know, man. I'm thinking this is my preferred version. Like, I can't think of anything, you know, like what is holding it back compared to the other ones. Requiem, I'm not too big of a fan, but I think this enhanced version of the Saturn version is pretty good. Like, I think the transformations are still slower than the PS1 version and XBLA version, but the quality of life stuff, man, really makes it enjoyable for me. No. Look at this mess. Oh no. Get out of here. Wow. We forgot to pick up the hidden items. Because you can still get health and heart pickups, like max HP upgrade, but at this point in the game, it's not too important for Alucard. I guess oh, the color's already gone. It was red and yellow for a second. Yeah, the McDonald's colors on. The FOV being zoomed in doesn't help with the perception of your if you run faster because of darkness. At least with the higher FOV will look like, yeah, just anything, man, anything. I heard that you can cartwheel in the game, but that's only one aspect, right? There's still the level design, there's still the enemy design, you know. But yeah. Oh my god. If I fell through the bottom, I would have lost the thing. But yeah, speaking of, yeah, again, going back to the 1999 war. So yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Like, that's a lot of lore implication stuff there. Like what went down. Like, they skipped that event entirely. And apparently it was sort of like this big event, right? Where they sealed Dracula away in the eclipse. And it was like an all hands on deck sort of situation. And it's sort of like theorized. Can't say the word right. That like who was there in that fight and like what this sort of potential game would have looked like and who would have been in the fight. Super cool to like finally figure that out, but we'll come across, but yeah. Igarashi isn't exactly making games for Castlevania anymore. So I guess we'll just never know. Unfortunately. But there was a good point somebody made recently. One more. I saw a video by Dongold. He's another like old school YouTube channel, especially like a big Castlevania fan. And he did mention in that Nocturne video, the promotional one, he did point out that you see an eclipse in that little, you know, teaser sort of animation. So he's sort of asking the question, is this like a hint at revisiting that sort of idea again, or that would be a crazy game to make nowadays, it seems like. Oh god. I think you should stop in front of me this time. No. Took too long. Well. Alright, maybe this time. Usually the hitbox of the hammer is... I was too slow. It's still active after it swings, but doing the magic attack gives you iframes, so that allows me to like start attacking him earlier. Ah, too far away. Alright, last one. There we go. Priya. Farming chapter 9 for Sonic Boots. And chapter 10 for basically Chris again. Harmony of Despair. Okay, I've heard about that game. Wasn't that the online sort of game? Like everybody was in that game, right? Shinoa, Alucard, Soma. I've always wanted to check it out, but just never got around to it. It seems like a pretty cool idea, though. Like a multiplayer Castlevania game. You have Dracula resurrecting at least 3 times. That is true. Like after that game took place, right? Seems cool to me and makes Julius seems cooler, but I feel like the concept was expanded on. It would... Yeah. It's that sort of... What's the phrase? The brick glass sort of a game, right? If things are going really bad, should probably make this as a game, but after what, 20 years of hearing about it, like in real time for us, right, on the GBA games, I'm pretty sure people want some sort of closure on that. See, this is what I'm really like about the Saturn version. The skill issue I have of messing up the input for chaining wing smashes is no longer a filter, pretty much. Infinite Wing Smash is very helpful for me. I also like to see it though. Like, especially if it's like, that's a 3D game they decide to come back with. Like, okay. Like, I'm, okay. Big hopes, but like having multiple different characters, you know, playing Alucard in a 3D game, playing Julius, like a young Julius in 3D. I think I heard Yoko was also part of the fight, or that could have been the theory. But yeah, there's like mage users in there, you know, up close, you know, the typical playstyle. It would have been cool. It would be cool. What's Iga not being around got to do with anything? He doesn't own the characters in IP. He wasn't the writer. Wasn't he like part of the plan though for the story? I thought him and somebody else, like the co-creator of, I think SotN around this time, like they were tossing this idea around for a long time. I know there was also extra tidbits in Dawn of Sorrow and Aria. I think even Portrait of Ruin. Like for a long time they were like hinting at this over and over. I just kind of figured Iga and his team had like the writing chops for what was going to happen. But that's what I kind of assumed anyways. Yes, yeah. Playthrough. Second ownership playthrough, more Eastern focus. Well, that would a different game. Yeah, that game was awesome, man. I'm really glad you actually not just beat it once, but going back again. It's a very skill intensive game if you want it to be, which is fun. And again, about the speedrun stuff, yeah, the quick kills, the routing and stuff like that. Really cool game. And that's why we kept the stopwatch. But yeah, once this week is over, I'm going to play Genma Onimusha, as well as 2 and 3. So I think it's been probably 2 years since I did the original Warlords video. It won't be like an entire remake of that video, but because there's a lot different at Genma, so it's pretty much, it warrants a new, like, a video of its own, pretty much. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna be going into Onimusha here pretty soon. Like, I can still play more Castlevania, we gotta be honest, but our little break has been pretty long enough. Usually we'll go up here, but we want the shield. Oh, wrong way. Yeah, do you plan to play Genma as well, Adam? Because I'm really looking forward to playing that. It's sort of like a, I haven't played it too much myself, but from what I know of, it's pretty much like a hard mode of Onimusha, like 4 expert players. It's way more strict. There's more content, but it's harder. Enemies themselves can use essence against you. So it's for people who master the mechanics of original Warlords. So it's gonna be very interesting to go back to. It might be a little more difficult since, like, again, it's been almost 2 years since I played the game. So I'm putting myself right into the deep end, pretty much. Some time. But yeah, so the infinite wing smash makes this part a lot more easier. Trivializes it pretty much, but I am not complaining. This is like the only part of the game I'm stressed out about, pretty much. It's basically the co-op Neo. Instead of leveling up, you increase your stats by getting better gear. Interesting. That's the game with the massive, like, zoomed out camera, right? That was like my sort of worry. Like, would it be hard to see what's happening? But I'm not sure if there's like an option to zoom in, stuff like that, but ooh, wrong way. But it's pretty hyped to have Getsu Fumiden DLC in there. Lost to time, I'm sure, but it's 25 in the Sorrow game, so she wasn't born. Oh, okay. Banadas was involved though. I just learned too that the girl from CV64 is also part of the Banadas clan. It makes sense since she's a mage user. It really hit me like the other day just how expansive like the different clans and connections are in Castlevania. Like, it's not just the Belmonts, but the Banadas, the Morris family, and stuff like that. Wow. Oh, actually, let me not Wing Smash her. Because yeah, we would have dropped ourselves right into the boss fight. Okay, looks like the sprites are back to normal. Oh, forgot to put on the shield. The Alucard shield. That's fine. It's time to break the game.
So, you've made it this far.
You load into a stage and there's a timer. Get to the boss and kill it, and that's it. Then you hope you get a rare item.
Not what.
That sounds pretty simple, but very addictive at the same time, right? It seems like a perfect game to have, you know, nowadays. Especially with, like, how big roguelites are, right? Like the quick pick up and play, sort of randomness aspect. You know, multiple different characters. Like you see, like, Slay the Spire, right? You can do, like, different builds, different playstyles. Yeah, now that I think about it, I really want to play that game. Like, out of, like, curiosity. I think everybody's in that game, right? Pretty much. Like, I know they have, like, the classic characters as well as, like, the DS era. Which was still brand new at the time, I think. Bum, bum, bum. This is the teleporter. So not yet. Money. The Gamma version, sadly wasn't remastered since it was co-developed. Oh, is that the reason why we never got it officially? Like outside of the Xbox? That's a shame. Yeah, luckily I have the original hardware and like the original game to play it. But I heard it's not too bad on emulation, but won't be out until 27 plus point. I'm assuming they were super quiet about it, Adam, because RE9. I'm assuming they didn't want to like overlap both projects, right? It's like we knew about Onimusha a lot longer, but they didn't want to cannibalize like their own, what's the word? That's what I'm looking for. Like the promotion time, right? Like promotion space. You know, just focus on one game for now, right? But I'm assuming Fingers crossed. Now that RE9 is out, maybe we'll start seeing more of a rollout of stuff for Onimusha. And that's why I'm really trying to be, you know, somewhat quick and cover the games like right now, because in my opinion it might be any second now. I'm not sure if there's like an upcoming event for announcements, but I'm assuming we'll start hearing about Onimusha pretty soon. So I want to make sure I have everything caught up in time, and I can be more prepared of like comparing the series, since it will be fresh in my mind. I can see the Ghost of Tsushima comparison. It looks very close to that game. Very close. But at least the whole aspect about the environmental stuff, like the tables, the rugs, it seems like it'd be fun that way. Hasn't changed the release year for Oni, so I'm guessing it's like 2026, near Halloween. Oh yeah, and Prog modded this year too. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. At least they have some like distinct games coming out, man. I'm really glad about that. Like if you haven't played Kunutagami, that came out like what, 2 years ago? Highly recommend that. Really good game. Pretty sure Genma is still stuck on Xbox game, never got ported outside of it. Let's emulate it. Yeah, it is stuck on the original Xbox, and it is out of, you know, not accessible to most people, unfortunately. I actually hear that emulation in general isn't so popular. Like, I think most people will just sort of, oh, didn't mean to do that. Most people will just ignore emulation, even though you can like gain access to games that aren't available anymore officially. Yeah, here that's not very popular. I think if it gets bigger, I think it'll force the hand of publishers to start, you know, making them available, but yeah. That's still thinking about the PS3 storefront, like have PS2 games on there, like $10. And I think PS1 games, oop, mispressed, were like 5, or like 10 as well. Like I still remember buying like RE2 on the PS1 on there. Like, even God Hand was on there. And yeah, that was never ported after the PS3, so yeah. That sort of time of having affordable, decent ports isn't really a thing. It's not lucrative enough. Charlotte from Portrait of Room is also from the same clan. Really, it's not canon. That kind of sucks to hear, but I wonder what their reasoning is. It makes sense Legends isn't part of the lore. Like I guess the tie between, well, having the lore that every Belmont is part vampire. I think that was like the main reason, but yeah, CV64 though, I'm not sure why that's not canon, to be honest. Runs decently on my PC. I don't think I'm getting upgrades anytime soon. If it's any better than Wilds, right? But I'm assuming the open world aspect is what really is making that those Capcom games a bit hairy performance-wise. But I'm assuming, hopefully, the Onimusha game is more focused and playable on most machines, hopefully. I'm gonna play it safe and still rent it. I kind of hope they do a demo for the game. This game will happen with me at Neo 3, right? Like it's the demo, instead of getting me hyped, it sort of made me pull back a bit. It actually prevented me from pre-ordering the game. Like that's how much what's the word? Deterred me. I think it's the next one. Ugh. I think this is a safe spot, no? Oh my god. We'll buy official emulators from Nintendo or whatever, but I don't know or care enough to do any legally questionable actions. None of us are. Yeah, none of us. This is definitely from my own backed up copy of the Saturn game. I would show you, but let's put it away right now. Is this still active? Oh, I gotta reactivate it. Oh, that sucks. It took out the I'm petrified. Just want to pay for a game and play it. Yeah. So much so they would pay for the extra price of the Pokemon games right now. The ROMs. We talked about this last time, but compare that to, you guys mentioned the Castlevania collection, right? 3 GBA games plus Dracula X for 20 bucks. But yeah, I don't think that game, well, the re-release of Fire Red, I don't think you can even connect it to like trading or the Pokemon home stuff. So I don't think it's fully integrated. So it has less features from the past. But yeah. Oh no. World ran fine even on bad PC and not that had. And that had huge detailed maps. Well, it's just, oh, okay. Was World made with the RE engine? It wasn't, right? It was just Wild. So I kind of assume that's where the problems are coming from. Is the RE engine? It's not built for like open world games. But that's just my assumption. Oh well. But then get clipped there. What I'd maybe do with emulation if I were to bother to try ROM hacks. Or something not so absurdly easy. This one, I think. There is a hard mode on this game. So I've seen playthroughs of a few summon hacks, and most of them fall into the trap of number inflation. So, yeah. This one adds a hard mode and it doubles the damage, but that's all they say. I do plan to do a playthrough of it sometime this week to test it out, but yeah. There's a heart here, but we don't really need it. Only Alucard. Well, Richter needs it, but... So yeah. Hopefully the hard mode actually makes this game pretty interesting, combat-wise. Otherwise, I would just like a massive, like, overhaul of boss fights. Like, completely redesigned from the ground up. I think it's possible. I think there's some potential there, but... Let me make sure I save. But yeah, we're already, at the final stretch of the game here. Supposedly they'll patch that later. Okay, hopefully. MT framework for World and R6, which also ran very well at the time. Okay. Which includes DMC4, right? Would the game be any different if they removed wolf form? Besides the sort of all rock skip to jump on the candle, I don't think I use it at all. Like ever. I'm sure it has its moments, but it's the least used form by a good margin. The MC5 is our engine and runs fine though. I think because of the smaller scope, right? Like more reasonable scope. I think that's why I would assume the new Onimusha game will be pretty fine. That's a big maybe though. Oh crap. There we go. Was this a shocking F up? Okay, what was the problem with Wilds? Like, I've only heard performance issues. Was there more to that? Like, no content, no support, no patching, lackluster poster monster. Like, what about the game was so messy? Other than like performance. I never played the game myself. Just yet. Alright, it's still active. This is important for letting you be cute and pilled. That's true. Maybe if you play the game intended, probably has some use, but like I think the only time it'll probably be good is like the hallways. Like going from like the elevator part of the game to like the hub. But you have bat form most times. Yes, wolf form is very cute. New Oni game should be fine. Wilds was such a F up. Capcom is on the edge with performance now. See what happens, man. Oh. Like how they got cooked into a sirloin. Okay, 2 of them out of 3. Bum, bum. Wilds didn't even load models correctly in the demo for a lot of people. You would get blocks. Whoa. Thing is though, I actually would like more games to go back to low poly. Even like, again, it's a lot of like diminishing returns. Like we don't need crazy poly count. Not in my opinion. I don't think it doesn't really improve the game. On paper, it might seem like that, but once you know, factor in gameplay, mechanics, stuff like that, I don't think poly count really matters. Like, I would play RV6 with the low poly costumes, and it'll still be a good game because the mechanics are just that sound. This is why I was so happy about the infinite smash as well for this section right here. If I can do it. No. No, he got me. What? This time? You got the idea. Wolf lets you get to the double jump without Jewel of Open, but that's about it. Yeah. Like, it's good. It's super cool early on for the sequence breaking. Because it gives you the dive kick, right? So you can do the library to jump on the book, and the candle to get into Alrock's quarters a lot easier earlier. So early game is like huge. Like, if you think about it, those skips are actually pretty huge, but afterwards, yeah. Like, I would like to see the intended moments to use it, but I think it's selective. I skipped it because the performance sucks. Whoa. Depends on the game. RV6 looked good. Looking good helped make the combat satisfying. The low poly skins didn't change that. Just the enemies that look good. Have you guys played Pseudo Regalia? Even, well, I haven't played any of these games myself, but even the Bloodborne PSX like demake, like those games have the low poly look. And I'm sure there's a lot more like indie games and fan projects that do this as well, but wrong way, I think. But yeah, so that sort of low poly look is still, you know, an art form still being used, and probably we'll see more often, to be honest. Because like the 2D pixel art form was pretty huge for a while. I think the people who grew up on those games started to make games themselves. But yeah, now it's the age of like PS1 and PS2, right? So you might start seeing that in the next few years, which is pretty interesting. We already are seeing it, actually. Really? It must have been like bad timing. But yeah, that's pretty much it. We just have a straight line, and with infinite wing smash, we're pretty much good to go. Okay, we didn't miss a relic, which is good. That's why the lycanthrope preset and the randomizer is cool. You can just zip through the corridors. Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. There's also one for bat form as well. Batmaster, I think it's called. But yeah, I think lycanthrope is probably it good to exist because it gives, you know, Wolf more time to shine. Especially for like the weird like momentum shifts you can do on slopes and stuff like that, right? It makes you approach the game differently. Yeah, as a casual viewer, I really appreciate it. Appreciate that stuff, but yeah, I don't know the layout that far enough to actually apply it properly. But there's actually a lot of tournaments going on right now for SotN. Super fun to watch those. Well, hopefully my shield is still active.
You have done well in making it this far. I would expect no less from the son of our master.
Seem fun if the game can handle. Yeah. There's actually one for
I am he.
Legacy of Darkness, the 64 game. Surprisingly, there's one for that game.
Fire hunters have
I have it on my history because I want to watch it later today or sometime this week.
If two vampire hunters
Yeah, that's very surprising. It actually makes me wonder if
But Belmont's power is supreme among vampire hunters.
if Ninja Gaiden 1 can do that. Have a randomizer.
exactly. That's why I removed him as
Like the major key items are the tablet pieces, the 3 tablet pieces.
castle.
But your plan has failed.
And you have a hub system with different
We'll see what happens.
dungeons, right?
Destroy your weak
It's like maybe they can like change like the place of like the eye keys from like the lava room or the lava ice cavern, you know, stuff like that.
You claim to love the darkness.
I think it could, if they can make it work for like Link to the Past, SotN,
But my goal is achieved.
and a few other games. I don't see why they can't do it with Ninja Gaiden 1.
Corrupt world with the seeds
Like maybe have
of chaos.
some of the teleporters work too. Like instead of having them at the end of the game, maybe get some of them early on. But yeah, I think there's something there. I prefer the effect from the original when the eye opens up.
Once again, it seems we must come to blows.
Batmaster has infinite wing smash, and you can open doors as Bat. Oh, that's pretty
It's been a long time.
pretty cool detail. Instead of bonking,
Hoping we would not see each other again.
that's pretty cool.
I can't allow you to leave here.
And doesn't Warlock give you infinite magic, or is it just more magic, like MP to work with?
Think I would forget such a thing? No, but neither do I.
You blew up Dracula's shaft. No.
Still uttering the same nonsense. No matter.
No matter.
Now is the time to put aside
See, this is why he's so angry.
the weak human side and join me in remaking this.
He's going through that time in his life.
In the name of my mother, I will defeat you again.
I will defeat you again.
Behold my brute form and despair!
Go back whence you came. Trouble the soul of my mother no more.
How?
How is it that I've been so defeated?
You have been doomed ever since you lost the ability to love.
Sarcasm.
For what profit is it to a man if he
This outro is still better
loses his own soul?
than Requiem,
Matthew 16:26, I believe.
I believe.
Tell me, what
Warlock is free miss.
last
The
word?
spells only have reduced MP. Okay.
Do not hate humans. If you cannot live with them, then at least do them no
Have you played randomizers? I think you mentioned it before, right?
She also said
Like you played a handful of them.
that she would love you for
Like
all of
so much so you don't really care for vanilla anymore.
Forgive me. Farewell, my son.
And correct me if I'm wrong. Do you read your name as Hanged Man?
not. I shall miss you.
I think so, right? Reminds me of the Circle of the Moon bonus modes. Now that's a challenging. Circle of the Moon. I've only beat those games once, and I'm assuming I got them with a bad ending. But you do have a good point, though. You do have a good point, especially with like the No, I'm not saying that, Test. I am not saying that. Like, yeah. No, I'm not saying that. But yeah, you bring up a good point though about a challenging Castlevania. It would be interesting to play level 1. The level 1 challenge runs. I think that'd be a cool way to go back. Like for me. But again, I'm not familiar enough with the games to push myself that far, but it will be interesting to do someday. It's not like I'm going to stop playing Castlevania after this year, so there's a lot in store for me in Castlevania for many more years.
Alucard, I'm glad you're all right.
I'm sorry.
I hear Ragnar every time,
It's my
Dracula.
fault you had
Is
to
it the same voice
fight your
actor?
father.
Fear not. I had my own reasons for destroying him.
It must have been painful for you.
Indeed.
Indeed.
But you must always
In your guys' opinion, because I prefer the deeper voice
for evil to triumph
in this version.
is for good men to do.
But do you what's your opinion on the new one
Alucard,
from Requiem?
what will you do now?
I think they figured it'll fit his sort of look more.
Twould be best
But-
for this world if I were to disappear forever.
The deeper voice is a lot better.
I see.
I see.
Farewell then. We'll not meet again.
Alucard,
Don't you want to go after him, Maria?
no. It's best this way. I can't ease his torment. Someday, perhaps, we will meet again. And on that day, maybe.
Portrait of Ruin had the best level 1.
Let's go.
Ecclesia was too easy. Don't remember the rest much. Okay. Are you guys massive Castlevania fans too? I don't know why I'm asking this question barely now, but you guys seem extremely knowledgeable on the games. Especially like the Metroidvania side. Because I've only casually beat them very quick. Yeah, it seems like you guys done the level 1 hard mode runs, the randomizers. Richter is voiced by the same VA. Dude, I've heard about that. The same VA as Chris. I mentioned this before, but RE4. Now I might be connecting the dots a little too much, but I see RE4 as Castlevania. The village, the castle. You go to a clock tower section in the castle. You run from a statue, which isn't that the start of Dawn of Sorrow or one of the DS games? I think it's Portrait of Ruin, maybe. It's one of them. There's also the hedge maze section where you actually run away from the dogs, right, in RE4, which was from the 64 game. There's a few more things I remember, but I sort of see RE4 as a Castlevania game. I kind of do this too much, but connecting the dots. But main mode ends being pretty easy because of the ancient armor. It's hell. Oh, okay. Just don't use up percent armor. Okay. Mature play. Me too. You joke, but play extra mode on Dreamland 1. Yeah, play that and those words are no joke. Even I think a lot of Kirby games have like a hard mode after you beat the game. I know for sure Star Allies. I think the boss rush mode has like insane amount of like difficulty scaling. You know, Kirby has some stuff, man. If you look for it, there's some pushback. The R4 CV comparison makes sense. You won't rage bait me, Tess. I'm very I keep my composure. But you said Stranger Paradise is bad. RE4 is vomit. You said Neo 3 is the best. What other sins have you committed in this chat? I'm remembering all of them. Don't worry. You can choose the spells. Charlotte feels better than Johnny. Maybe boss in 5 seconds. The most I've ever done in that game, Portrait of Ruin, was spam the character swap. Charlotte, Jonathan, Charlotte, Jonathan. I had fun doing that. For like the hour I played the game. Most Kirby games have a hard mode, but they tend to be super easy anyways. I think Amazing Mirror hard. It's because the map is a goddamn mess. Test, if you only knew the lore, man. My friend knows just how much I despise that game. Cause yeah, the map is atrocious. I do think though, I do think a Kirby Metroidvania could work. If you ever played Superstar, do you remember the minigame where you visit all the planets and you pick up power-ups, right? I think you do lose them if you pick up a new one, which I don't like. But if the map system actually made sense in Magic Mirror, and if you picked up and if you didn't have to rely all the time on a random spawn, not a random spawn, but you know, a specific spawn to get what you needed to progress. If they made the transformations like permanent unlocks and you can like hot swap as you would like any transformation, I think that game could work. Like, I'm a huge Kirby fan. I got this little, well, you can probably see my Kirby plushie, but I also got this little fella. Bam. Kirby's awesome. But I like all the games, but Magic Mirror, oh man, I am not a fan. Because it could have been good. It could have been really good. But execution was pretty bad. I don't know how to rage bait. Don't worry, Shag. No worries, no worries. Test is trying. I think Test is trying to find my buttons, but they'll keep trying. I'm just a real one. I believe it. I do believe it. Except praising Neo 3, I just felt like prodding with the stick. Comprehend Magic Mirror map. Okay, let me look that up real quick before we start the Richter playthrough. Because I think you guys need to see just how insane this is. Because that map is not good. Magic Mirror map. Kirby, yeah, that'll probably help. There's just random squares with varying different size with arbitrary lines connecting them. Very strange map system. I think it's worse than what I've seen with the Mega Man ZX games. I'm trying to find one. And the other thing is too, they're just squares, right? So you can't really see where the exits or the entries are. You can't tell if it's like the lower floor, the top floor, is it at the corners, the bottom? Like there's no clear indicators. So you can't really rely even on these maps, I think. Like the guides give you online. So this one should be fine. Okay. Actually, let me show one more map. So I keep bringing this up. I don't remember the name. The second game, but here we go. This is another map I am not a fan of. See, I mentioned it a few times on stream, but I never showed how it looked. It's taking a while. Come on. Yeah, if you thought the Kirby game was bad, check this out. Okay, so here is Kirby. Where is it? Look at this mess. How does this make sense? Look at that. Where does everything connect? Like, what do those arrows mean? Some are pink, some are purple. Yeah, they're different sizes. Some are in diagonals, but exits aren't at diagonal sometimes. It's all arbitrary, I gotta say. Oh, let me see. Your screen is updating. Wait, is it fine now? Or is something happening? 'Cause I was just looking up images right now. Like, what the hell am I looking at? Yeah, I didn't understand that game either. Batman Forever is better than Batman Return. No, I will not stand for this. Because Batman Returns is like one of my favorite movies, so saying Forever is better, you're crazy. You got a small response, but the fact you prefaced it with the rage baiting, I held back. Milky Way wishes fun mode, and you can do that. Milky Way wishes. Okay. No Switch or Switch 2. Oh yeah, the Kirby Air Rides, yeah. It actually looks worse through that. Yeah, in game, yeah, this is a guide. Yeah, the guide makes it somewhat comprehensible. Yeah, comprehensible, yeah. But no. In game it's awful. Here's another game I'm not a fan of. The map system. This is Warriors Within. Can you understand what you're looking at? This map killed any interest of playing this game for me. You should stream Kirby and show us your sick gamer skills. I did do a playthrough of extra mode for Kirby Dream Land 1, but yeah, someday I'll have to return and marathon the games again. If you're questioning my my gamer cred now, I might have to prove it with Kirby. The map system plays losing exactly losing the power-ups in one hit, yeah. And the fact those power-ups are required for progression and with how like strict it is. Yeah, it's so weird. If only they were locked. But yeah, okay, so this game, I think similar to Metroid Prime 2, there's a past and present, and maybe in future in Warrior Within. 1 second. My little puppy. But yeah, so it's a 3D game. These maps, there's no way to see if there's an exit again. Low, high, middle. Like this flat PNG gives me no info. So when you add the sort of flat representation for 3D space plus time travel, it's a pretty messy combination. And then, yeah. And I just came off playing Prime 1 at the time. So going from Prime 1 with its amazing 3D map to this, like, yeah, I can't do this. So yeah, that's my my TED Talks on why I don't like those games. Usually linear. I'm not too sure because I never played them. I never played them too much. I beat the first game. Well, the first 3D game. Well, I don't think that's even true. The first 3D Ubisoft game I beat. But yeah. The first game has a adventure aspect to it. And the second game seems more of like a 3D Metroidvania. But super different, let's say. So now Richter is a least favorite in the pop trilogy. I've heard people are big fans of it though. I gotta wonder if it's just like, I respect the vision for this sprite riding the horse. What was I gonna say? Yeah, here it's a fan favorite. And usually what you hear is like the combat mechanics, like the swirling on the pole and like throwing enemies off ledges and stuff. That is cool. It's just everything else, man. I wasn't sold. Okay, do you remember when I was playing Maria? Remember how I mentioned there was like a puddle in the original game? Yeah, see, there's a puddle. And I can way more reasonably react to these guys spawn in compared to Requiem. Requiem, they just shoot up immediately. But in this game, there's a puddle to give me like a sign. But that's how I need to stop though. Into the edgy evil version. I think that's two thrones. And Warrior Within was the second game, right? With spam, throw weapons, and enemy spawn zone. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Like, especially having like this sort of, I guess you can say 3D element, right? Throws and like stage interactions. This is everything else about the game. And it's peak 6th generation edge too. Like there was a noticeable tone and shift tone. And I respect it. I respect it. Sands of Time, War Within, then the Two Thrones. Okay. I remember watching a you don't need to do that. A video by Matt McMuscles. And he did a breakdown of like all the different versions of Prince of Persia of the original trilogy. And yeah, there's like PSP versions, there's Wii versions, there's handheld versions. I think I said Wii. But yeah, there's multiple different like iterations of the same game during that time, which is super interesting. I miss the edgy 90s sequels. I think it'll be more 2000s edge, no? Yeah, because Jak 2, there's Shadow, right? Shadow the Hedgehog game. What other examples? I'm kind of surprised Sly didn't also go through that phase. What other games? Well, even I do think Dirge of Cerberus sort of falls into that camp as well. It has that 2000s look, for sure. Even Kingdom Hearts 2, right? With introducing Organization 13. The all black, you know. Bomberman. Oh, yeah. The westernization of Bomberman. Crazy times, man. Crazy times. Oh god. I guess all that debris really messed with the game. 2000 reboot game which has a true final chapter. Wow. The 2008 game. That was a reboot you said, right? Yeah, reboot, yeah. That's with the companion. The girl was with you the whole time, right? Very unique, like redesign and artwork, or art style, I mean. I remember I bought that game for like $2. Like the last time I went to GameStop, like over a decade ago. But I've always owned the game. I never played it. I heard it's a fan favorite though, because it's so unique. But yeah. It's just Vincent being Vincent. But it's a Vincent solo game though. So it has that sort of I'm trying to find a certain word. I guess like a vibe to it, I guess. Nomura. Yeah. I'll take that. Nomura being Nomura. Especially with How do you item crash? Oh, right trigger, okay. With Twooey, right? Have you guys played The World Ends With You? That's a massive, like one of the more popular cult classics at the time. I still wonder if it's still the same or if it's so old where we're going the wrong way, by the way. No, we're not. I forgot. We go to the center. Yeah, I think that was like the first cult classic game I ever knew about at the time. But I think nowadays it's too far gone. Like for newer generations to like really learn about it, but I can't really say that actually. Like I'm enjoying Symphony of the Night, and this game is even older. So I think I'll find the right people eventually, which is nice. I think, okay, you know what? Now that I think about it, I think Twooey could have a resurgence. Even like anything Nomura, actually. Anything Nomura, anything Dreamcast, like that sort of like Y2K aesthetic, right? And time period. I think games like Twooey would make a comeback because of that. Again, cycles, you know, every 20 years, whatever, things become popular. Like 80s had this moment, right? After 20 years, so. I think the 90s, I'm not sure if it had this moment yet, but I can see the 2000s coming around. Then I revisited the game after finding out it had official USB. Oh, really? Wow, that is really surprising. Especially for like a PS2 game. Yeah, there's no helping me with my dashes with Richter. So. Vincent was always edgy and ahead of his time. A game based on being gothic and edgy is just normal. Black Sonic with again. But it was that moment in time though. Like we wouldn't have the Vincent game if it wasn't for the 2000s, I think. Because would Yuffie get her own game at that time? I don't think so. I think it was perfect timing. Right time, right place. It was the energy, you know? I love Toy. Was fun for one playthrough, but the inability to skip cutscenes. Oh wow, you can't even do that. That's crazy. I do remember mashing A a lot. Story in video games and me are not on the best of terms. I swear I can read though. Neo always just looked like a sequel that had no reason to exist to me. I didn't finish 2 thinking I need. Oh, okay. But I heard the fans were clamoring for it for years though. They got the anime for. I know there was a phone port for one, and then a Switch port. And I think an anime for both series. So it got its time, but it was always the least popular game, it seems. What? I haven't played Neo 2. I've only gamed for like 2 years now. We messed up. I forgot to pick up the holy water. We need to go back. Take me back. Between Vincent, Alucard, and Vash, I wonder why Japanese designers went too long. Red coat. Don't forget Dante. Yeah, you can't blame him though. It's really standout design. Wasn't there supposed to be a whatchamacallit? What's the anime called? Trigun. Wasn't there supposed to be a Trigun game back in the day? I think it was canceled though. I think it was going to be made by the Gungrave guys, but okay, here we go. Now we can start playing the game. By not playing the game, pretty much. By one tapping everything. Neo 2 is not a sequel, really. Tells its own story. No! Well, I gotta catch up, though. Niku literally shows up in it, my friend told me. If I gotta be honest about, Niku's the main guy, right? In the first game? I was like... Because I didn't play 2 until years later, right? And when I did, I think I was at the end of high school. So when the game started with him being sort of like this standoffish teenager, I'm like, man, I already did this. Like, I already went through this. I don't need to have a character that's going through the same sort of phase. But yeah, I heard he grows out of that, being distant sort of thing, but I was quickly thrown off with the story. With that, characterization. For a couple hours, but it didn't get into it. Oh, okay. In Wukong, they're so slow I get bored. Yeah. I have we're going the right way. I think so. Die. I sent. Oh crap! We might die here. We're dead. I think I saved before I got the holy water. What was I gonna say? Yeah, okay, Demon Seed 5. I sent a clip earlier in the Discord. Like, it took 3 minutes to start playing the game. It's insane. Yeah, when the game doesn't start, you know, it's like, kills the mood. Ruin games. Yeah. When I was playing, we gotta go back. When I played Ghost of Tsushima, even, God of War, the new one, you can't skip cutscenes. And at NG Plus, you can't skip them either. So that's fun. Like a 20-hour movie, you have to sit there every time to play the game. We didn't lose too much progress, but still. Dante's basic a la carte with that. I'm telling you, I think I'm getting more people to join my train of thought that Devil May Cry is a Castlevania game in disguise. I knew I should have saved right here after grabbing the holy water. Ooh. A lot of games, the scenes are just being talked at because of excuse me. Oh, okay. Okay, so what's your opinion of Link being a mute protag? I'm kind of curious how they're going to handle that in the movie they're going to make. Well, they're making, I mean. So I wonder how they're going to make a full movie around a mute protag, but Sam and Max. Isn't that the Sam and Max? Is that the dog and rabbit looking combo? Like a point and click sort of click game, right? Or is that something else? Quick. Okay, at least we don't have to wait another minute like last time. Ellipses and even more ellipses. Item crash for not having a sub weapon. Oh, okay, I know what you're talking about. Doesn't he do like a unique, like almost henshin looking movement with his arms when you item crash without a sub weapon? I think you can only see it at the intro. And nowhere else, I think. Not bad. I should have done this last time. Bruh. Yeah, I should have item crashed every time. What was me? Oh, Alucard from Hellsing. Oh, okay, yeah. I've been wanting to watch that anime, actually. I think there's an OVA and like a full-on series, but yeah, for obvious reasons, I want to check it out. So scary playing Richter. Alright, let me save first. Oh, I'm so bad. They'll just ignore it and have him talk in the movie. DMC. That's true. And yeah, the characterizations of the Castlevania anime was a choice. This happens every version. Every time I slide kick out of that room, you get locked out of the left input. Like you can't do it anymore. That's so weird. It happened in the original, Requiem, and this one. Wonder why. It's a point-and-click adventure game. A dog. Oh, okay. Is it by Lucas or an early Telltale game? Bro, so I've actually. So I've seen them before, but. There we go. Fine, because it doesn't have many actual cutscenes. Just the intro, and that's pretty much it, right? Like when Ganondorf talks to him outside of the castle. When he kidnaps Zelda. I am so bad at my blade dashes. It's the perfect interactive slapstick cartoon. The only point-and-click game well, I wasn't sure you would call it point-and-click, but in the same vein, Grim Fandango. Really, really cool game. Like, I'm not much for that genre. I'm not the best when it comes to puzzles, so I get stuck, let's say. Same for Grim Fandango. I did use a guide a lot of the playthrough, but the characters, the art direction, the setting, the writing, really good. Really good game. I'm sure a lot of the games are like that genre. Like a lot of charm and all that. But gun in to dab on peasants who missed out on it. You like to punch down, don't you, Test? Evil, evil person. I'll try to be on the good side, though. I see what type of games you play with people. Emotional warfare. Housing 2 has 2 full animes and 3 manga as well. Now, when you say anime, do you mean like OVAs, or both of them are full-on like episodic series? Yeah. He is, of course, a little girl in at least one of these. Everyone has to go to that, right? Hit the road. The first one is by LucasArts. Let's found that. Oh, okay. In 2006, wow. I didn't know they were that they were established that early on. Like for most people, I didn't know about them until season 1 of Walking Dead. A little choppy there. Like I know they did Back to the Future. I think that was before Walking Dead as well, but I never played that one. Wow. I haven't played a lot of Telltale games. I think I finished season 1 and 2. of Walking Dead and Wolf Among Us. I want to say one more, but dude, how long is it going to take for Wolf Among Us 2? Of course, the company got defunct, but they did a reveal after the fact, and there still hasn't been updates, so kind of nervous. That one might be my favorite. Wolf Among Us. That's a really cool one. It was pretty cool to learn it was based off a graphic novel called Fable or Fables. Obviously they had to change the name to not confuse people. Yeah, really cool concept. Like fairy tale characters, but like in a more modern detective noir sort of setting. Back to the Future is great. Really? I heard the Batman one is also pretty good. Oh, okay, Tales from the Borderlands, that's the one I played. Yeah. That one I did play. I finished that one. Like, I was a huge Borderlands fan for a long time. I fell off now, but I was pretty big with Borderlands at the time. Season 1 is great. It made me cry. It was the beginning. You know, okay. Because that was when they got too big for their own good, right? Was that the case? They just got a little too popular. Because weren't they like going out of their reach with acquiring licenses, right? Wasn't that the problem? And like too much output or something like that? Oh, check this out. Oh, it's not there. It would have been blood, like a blood moon. Like you have rain. Nah, it used to be red. Telltale's 3D Thadar? I'm just assuming you mean like the 3D like look of their games aren't that great. The only issues I have with their games is just like the frame rate issues, but that's it, to be honest. Like from the little games I played. Like every time they would transition from like from a scene to the next, even if it was like the same room, there's a little bit of load time there. I'm gonna risk grabbing these. It is sort of a risk because these little guys can be very awkward to land a hit on. Get out there. Now we're good. Oh, okay. Ooh. Really scary. Oh. This is bad. This is why I'm always scared to go to that room. It is so risky. Give me 1 second. Oh my god. Oh, no, no. Oh. 1 second, 1 second. We're not out of harm's way just yet. Almost, almost. Just gotta go up. One of their only games to actually make a profit. Sad. Damn, really? It seemed like they were too big to fail, but I guess they thought the same thing at the time. It was also great. The Dispatch devs are making the new Wolf. Oh, okay. Speaking of Dispatch, I seen like one clip. I'm like, oh, this is just modern Telltale. Because wasn't it like a weekly release? Like it was episodic, right? Let me see. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I heard of well, I think so. It was episodic anyways, but I was kind of surprised that was it came back. I wonder if it's like the hero theming or the more adult angle or the art direction or the voice acting cast or all of it. I'm kind of wondering what's like the secret sauce for that game when it really wasn't successful with Telltale. I'm not too sure. So they're the new Telltale. Sex appeal. Should have done that. Oh, okay. And it had the whole like, who you're gonna pick, right? The waifu war sort of appeal, right? Between a Visagirl and like the other girl. Whoa. Don't mind me. I should have went up the floor. Okay. I gotta be completely honest. When I did my my Richter playthrough, I thought it was all bosses, but technically it wasn't, and it's because we forgot to kill this guy. I didn't notice until today. I went back to watch the playthrough, and instead of going to the left after picking up that health upgrade, I was just thinking about shortcuts. So I picked up the health and then dropped down this shaft. So we technically didn't get an all boss run, but I could have killed that guy. So yeah, we're gonna fix our wrongs with this playthrough pretty much, while also killing the extra Saturn exclusive boss. I'm going to try out Dispatch. It seems cool. But again, like the sort of narrative heavy game, I'm not too drawn in, but at most I'll probably just watch a playthrough, and that's pretty much it. Because the experience is the same anyways, right? Like I won't make my own choices, but it's still like a very passive story-based game. We gotta go to Lesser Demon. Amazing they were around as long as they were, such as spectacularly poor track record. Like with sales or quality, or both. Because they have some big names under the belt though. So I know they did a Guardians of the Galaxy game too, right? But I would imagine it wasn't cheap to acquire that license. Long library. Ooh. Born by former Telltale. Oh, I did not know that. That's pretty sick. Well, I'm glad they found like a second win, pretty much. I don't think there's many narrative pick your own adventures sort of, you know, digital experiences out there. Ooh. Right here. I Dunny the deets on dispatch. What am I reading? I Dunny the deets on dispatch. Not my kind of game. You're speaking a different language, man. The armor. This might be my least favorite enemy in the game. They're so tricky to lock down. This time they have freedom, a good engine to work with, and no pressure. Who was giving them pressure before? I always figured they were like pretty much like an independent team. Like originally, but like did they have some like overarching publisher? Like breathing down their neck pretty much. It was on the waifus. Yeah, I can imagine. It's easy way to get the people talking, man. I think till this day people still talk about like 90-year-old, well, 90s anime debating waifus. Everlasting conversation. That's also when I found out about it and went, oh, okay, no pink, okay. Pink blob Kirby is cooler. I agree. I do agree. But they can make a dating sim out of anything. Give somebody enough time and they'll do that with Kirby if they really wanted to. Like there's a dating sim for pigeons, right? Isn't it called How to Fool Boyfriend or something like that? No, Sonic has a murder mystery, but I wouldn't doubt if there's some sort of fan game, a dating fan game. I think even Overwatch had one. The CEO of Telltale was toxic towards the dev team. Really? So like, was that guy like a part of, well, not part of the original team from back in the day? Like, was he brought on board and sort of made it really awkward for everybody? Like making a pretty bad work environment? Most people don't have standards for this stuff. They just want to be wanted. That's an opening for quite a deep topic, huh? You want that, what you call it? Sense of validation? I think that's just social media in general. Really pushed that over a generation. Well, probably even longer than that, right? Because social media's been around since like MySpace and Facebook, which 20 years old. So, but I think it's gotten even worse since then. Like, I don't even use social media because of that stuff. It's sort of a weird trap you can fall into. I think you can technically call YouTube social media. That's as far as it goes, though. Was part of the original dev team as far back as LucasArts days. For some reason, he became. Okay. Became. What's the word? Lived long enough to become the villain. Situation, right? Ooh. Getting bodied. I don't mind this new sprite for Richter. I think it's more faithful to the artwork for this game. Because yeah, his look between Rondo and this game is definitely different. But this one's more closer. Excuse me. Okay, this time we go straight to caverns. You're better off not being on. I think that's for anybody, honestly. I think most people should probably be off social media. So I hear like the algorithms push stuff to force a reaction out of you, like negative stuff, I mean. So I think they force like both extremes to butt heads or push that sort of stuff out there, so nobody sees stuff for that peace of mind. It's more to pretty much rage bait each other forcefully by the algorithm. Yeah, even YouTube plays the same game though. There's a reason why YouTube titles have very far extreme titles, right? Literally the worst game ever made and stuff like that. There's no in between, pretty much. You gotta have that sensational type of title. Gotta be eye-catching. But you know, at a certain cost, you know? Like with Overwatch and Rivals, it's all about, you know, blaming the fires of that tribalism. The tribalism of like no, one game is dead, the other one, you know, this and that. That's how it is. Boom, bum, 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 bum. Always like the standing on the weird scorpion woman monsters. Where they walk backwards. I just like the back of the scorpion woman. Ba-boom, ba-boom. Let's just hope I don't forget a boss this time. Oh. Hydro Storm. Surprisingly, I have a ton of fun playing this game, as easy as, even though the bosses are crazy easy. I think just like, it's almost becoming like a comfort food sort of game for me. I gotta be honest. Like, I think it's getting to that level. Yeah. It's getting up there. Just putting that out there. There's not many RPGs I have interest in playing, but that's one of them. It's FF6. I do want to play 9 because it's also one of like the well-regarded ones. But Chrono Trigger is really up there. I gotta play. And it's the same writer as Ninja Gaiden from the NES, so I gotta play it for that reason. Like, see more of like what he's done after that game. Speaking of dating games and writing, apparently Igarashi was wrote a dating sim game before Symphony of the Night. I did not expect that that lore. So I'm kind of wondering who wrote what in this game, because there's a lot of writing in this game I do like. Like, it sort of gets that cheesy reputation, but I don't think so. I take this game with full sincerity. But that's the thing. To circle back to the social media thing, I think it's gone to a point where you can't really say you like something. It's either, yeah, that's cool, at most, right? To like avoid any pushback or sort of put yourself out there, what you like. So it's either at best, you know, it's alright, or it's the worst thing in existence. And it's sometimes probably a bit of irony to hide, what's the word, genuine opinions instead of fully owning it. But I don't know. I block all YouTube videos with titles with X broke me, yeah, oh my god, or saved my life. But again though, it works. There's a reason why that that title format gets clicks, right? So it's the same thing as like microtransactions, right? We do have a strong stance, but the numbers back it up. That it works, you know. I am sort of curious in a, what's the word? Like I'm wondering where the trend will go in the next few years, because things change drastically fast, right? So I kind of curious what the meta would be in the near future. Whoa, he took a long time to throw the bomb. Usually he throws it a little bit further back, but Apex got the Gundam crossover. So did Overwatch, right? Getting old. Why can't I just play games with consistent art styles? Okay, so what is your opinion on Soul Calibur and having crossover characters? Or any fighting game having crossover characters? Like, do you think that's good for the integrity of the game? Or do you think it's the needed, like, lifeline to keep the game going? Like a necessary evil? Near skins. Oh, yeah. Yeah. They also added, like One Punch Man was, like, probably the first one. Like Persona 5. They added a few. Yeah, Gundam. G.I. Joe, Transformers. I think even Sanrio was also there. Like, I don't think I'm as much of a fan of Overwatch as I was from 2016 to 2020. I definitely fallen off. But I still get videos of like the updates every now and again. But yeah, crazy, man. I still wonder like who that audience is for that game now, because again, that game's over 10 years old. So you got to find like that new audience eventually, right, to keep it going. Like, they kept me playing for a decade, so I'm pretty much getting cycled out for a new crowd. It has arcade elements. Series has been dead for half a decade. As oh, I do plan to play Rumble Roses here sometime this year. When though, I'm not too sure. So I do have DOA 2, 3, and 4, as well as Rumble Roses on the Series S. We can make a little thing out of it. The only thing I tend to block is, can I beat X game in Y complete? Those are not too bad. You probably read my face like, oh no. It's a guilty pleasure, alright? It is cool to see like how can you play the game. Okay, like recently, like Castlevania. I haven't seen it yet, but like, can I beat Castlevania like Dawn of Sorrow with like a gun? Or can I beat Curse of Darkness with a minigun? I think Gnarly does those videos. So like, since it's Castlevania related, I'm interested. I'm glad I didn't mess up my execution there. Oh. And there's also videos like that for Mega Man too. Like, can I beat Mega Man 8 with only a soccer ball? You know, stuff like that. Or can I beat Mario without collecting coins? I think fighting games getting crossovers is cool if they're fitting like my DOA. Yeah, if it makes like thematic sense, right? Pretty much. But I remember hearing like the, oh god, the hoopla with Clive and Noctis and Tekken 7 and 8. I hear that's not too well received by fans, certain fans. I'm sure it's not all of them, but like when it changed the rules of the game so much, it's like, well, what do we really gain here? Since in a fight I'm only fighting one guy and he's likely just playing Ken. So like it for the variety's sake, for variety's sake then. Make it a little interesting. Fits the game, Terry, Shard 6, Link, and Soul Calibur 2. They don't fit. Speaking of Soul Calibur 2, I remember watching, I think K-Bash, because I think he brought up this point in that Soul Calibur video he made. They sort of took the stance that he doesn't care for crossover characters, for the sole fact like it might like take away the essence of a game. I think now that take makes sense, but he used Soul Calibur 2 as the example to bring it up, and I think myself and many people included agree that that's probably the wrong example to use. Because the characters in Soul Calibur 2 are pretty good for that game. Well, I only had experience with Spawn, but I'm sure there's other examples where crossover characters didn't really make sense, but let me just soul crash. Or item crash, I mean. I think I picked up the heart upgrade. Cyber M16 Tekken was kind of lame. It's an issue when it's like MK having most of the DLC and B characters from other media. That's sort of its niche nowadays though, right? Because MK9 with like Freddy Krueger, Kratos and all that. That became a shtick going forward. Any Conan, Rambo, Alien, Predator, stuff like that. Like it really leaned into the 80s nostalgia, 80s, 90s nostalgia. For its player base, it makes sense. So it's like, yeah, artistic integrity and like the business part of it. Try Overwatch because Rivals is in such a bad spot. Apparently Overwatch isn't the best. As they try the old stuff. Yeah, Overwatch is it's a weird game. Like for me, like as a day one fan, around 2020, I think 2019, they completely abandoned the game. Now, they did that to develop a sequel. I don't think it was known as that at the time. I think we just knew like, okay, they're gonna make a PvE sort of game. And for me, I thought it was pretty damn cool, right? Because for me, I saw Overwatch as Borderlands, but PvP. Hero shooter, there's cooldowns, you know, ultimates. So to have Overwatch put into a Borderlands sort of format, I was all for it. But it took years and years of like no updates. And when we did get it, it was like, well, it was like half an idea. Uh-oh. Will it still take me to the bottom teleporter? Usually when you use a teleporter for the first time, you go to the bottom. Entrance, here we go. But yeah, so a lot of people got burnt, like early fans of Overwatch got burnt from Overwatch 2. A lot of misguided stuff. And not fulfilled promises. And waiting like what? 3 years for that stuff, not to really have anything to show for it. Yeah. But yeah, I did hear the same thing though, that it isn't proven. And I think it's because of Rivals, to be honest. They sort of have that rivalry going on. Because before it was just Overwatch in the hero shooter space. So they can get complacent pretty much. But with Rivals making a huge splash, you know, can't really ignore those numbers they put up, so. So everybody wins pretty much. Both of them are trying their best to make the best game possible. This is kind of scary. See why I'd play any healer but Kiriko, Lucio? Yeah. Lucio was my main in Overwatch 1. And I think Kiriko for a long time in 2. Well, healers in general in Overwatch 2 are pretty damn powerful. I remember using Alari for quite a long time. She would just beam people from across the stage. Like with no fall off damage. When Cassidy did. As a DPS role, by the way. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a DPS player, so well I tend to be. I can play all roles after a while, but I prefer DPS. And when the supports have the damage, the higher damage output, the get out of jail like sort of escape options, the positioning advantage, right? Having the team in front of you and the stage. So as a DPS player trying to, you know, actually take angles or trying to go for the, you know, the weak, the important people in the back, you can't really do that too much. Those they'll just beat you in the 1v1 and have the pretty overpowered skills to negate any drawbacks, like the Suzu or the lamp, right, for Baptiste. Yeah, I kind of fell off for balance reasons. Hydro Storm. I can't use any more Venus Mantrap. That's funny. Oh my god. I'm bad. Ooh. The gun video, and I was like, yeah, it's not that hard. The Castlevania one, right? Man, I'm so glad I'm getting health after this. Then I blocked it. Oh my god. That's crazy. What if you miss out on future videos? So okay, what if I make a video? Like, can you beat whatever game? Like, can I beat whatever game with a Guitar Hero controller? If I make that video, or even title a live stream that, am I done for? Are you drawing a line on me? The cutoff. Could maybe be interesting, but Ninja Only would be a perfect example of that. Yeah. That was pretty much my playthrough. The Ninja Only. There are a lot of martial arts in Final Fantasy, but they picked... Oh, yeah, true. Like, that's why Tifa makes sense more so like Clive, right? Or they can just have, like, a basic monk character, but I think that's too boring nowadays, probably. I was talking to a guy IRL about Overwatch, and that's why he doesn't play it on yeah. And I think that happened with a lot of original players too, by the way. So it makes sense, like the, because I even feel like a sense they're pushing for a different audience, but like a younger audience, pretty much. Rivals also hot patch bad balance for the first time. Hamish players, so the competition is making them try to. Yeah, man. Like Overwatch finally added like character bans, map bans, stuff like that. Wrong one. So I think we're done with the first castle. Speaking of Jack Garland, I was gonna bring this up earlier. Okay, so in the fighting game, right, for Castlevania, and even Curse of Darkness, there's these Watchers of Time, and it clicked with me, like, it sort of reminds me of Stranger Paradise, having these, you know, these overseers, right, of the timeline. I'm like, huh. Like, imagine if Team Ninja does a Castlevania game similar to Stranger Paradise. with that sort of story, right? I think that's the whole premise of the Wii fighting game. Like the timelines get mixed up and like everyone gets brought together by the Overseer. So yeah, it could be done. Oh, I do not want to lose my holy water. Bro. I was talking to, oh yeah. Is this the area new? I don't, yeah, that was a gardens. The new areas in this game aren't too exciting, but like the gardens has that tree enemy, a dog enemy, the man trap, and the boss. It's pretty fun. I think I might like the prison one better because I get another dagger that's pretty good. And there's a stopwatch. Well, yeah, stopwatch. That's pretty good for Alucard. And it's right along the way with my route too, so. Butter. Guitar Hero Run would be an actual challenge, so it's not just click but easy mode. Okay. So it has to have some substance, pretty much. That's the big difference. Like actually a unique idea, not something what's the word? Unoriginal, I guess? I don't know. But at this point, what is original, right? Can I be Guitar Hero with the Guitar Hero controller? Oh, that is a good point. That is a good point. I would definitely get blocked by Tess if I do that video. I am not showing up ever again after that. Shaft is my Guitar Hero controller. Yeah, my video will be a few seconds long. I'll just say what I have to say. Oh, there's no reason to go here. We need to go up one more floor. Again, there's the one-way platform in that room, and Richter can't go through it. Only Alucard with bat form. No. Well, might as well show you. But yeah, he can't go through. Last year, after wanting to for years, all I remember is it sucked. I'm gonna do the same thing. I never played it. Only heard stuff secondhand. But it's that time of year, man. It's year of Castlevania, so I need to find out myself. And I don't mind the redesigns. Well, I'm sure there's probably one or two weird ones, but I do like Shinoa's like redesign. Doesn't she have more like a nun sort of look to her? What I remember, it sort of reminded me of Bayonetta. There we go. Boom, boom. Not just an novelty. Oh, okay. So I do have something planned, but they got Guitar Hero controller. Guitar Hero controller. Jeez. Yeah, I showed it earlier. This bad boy. It still works. I did use it on this emulator. It does work, but there's not enough buttons for this game. But I'll find something. I have an idea, so it's gonna be used sometime this year. I didn't get a ejaculate piece. Okay, do not forget about the knife. Ooh. I kind of wish there was a remake of this game for the Game Boy. I'm not sure if that's even possible, but damn it, I want it to happen. There we go. Oh, okay, speaking of Game Boy games and Metroidvanias, I actually wanted to play this before getting to this moment. But the third Turtles game on the original Game Boy was a Metroidvania, and I think it even has some designers that worked on this game also worked on that Turtles game. Like, there was a lot of steps leading up to this game, like a lot of inspiration. I went too high up. Like the Goonies game, for example, was sort of like a proto Metroidvania by Konami. Of course, like Castlevania 2, right? But that Turtles game on the Game Boy is another footnote into that process, it seems like. So if there's a Metroidvania on the Game Boy, I would like to see a remake of this game, like retrofitted for that console. I can see it work. I think Legends has a sort of larger levels with like branching paths, pretty much, because you could collect optional pickups. I don't think they do anything. They're just pretty much sprites of the sub weapons, which you can't use, by the way. But yeah, the idea is there, and made by Konami too, right? So maybe some parallel universe. Yeah. The Gamecom version exists. That is true. And I am super crazy about this game that I actually want to play it. Like, unironically, I want to play that game. And beat it. So I've seen a few playthroughs. Surprisingly, the second castle exists. And the Dracula fight. So the fact that even is there is like a pretty big deal. Yeah. You can cancel your item crash by jumping. Yeah. So yeah, if I was able to get this working pretty easily, the Ymir thing, I guess the game comes next. And I think I will force us to hear that one song over and over and over again. You gotta get the true Gamecom experience. Handhelds in general are pretty interesting. Like, another game or console that sort of reminds me of the Gamecom is the N-Gage. I never used one myself. I've only seen videos. But there was Pro Skater 1 on that. And I'm kind of interested to play that game. In a sort of like mobile phone version. I think even Tomb Raider had a game on that system. So yeah, it seemed like I had a lot of PS1 games on there. 3D ones too. So it would have been a cool oddity to have like SotN on that thing as well. It's probably one of my favorite parts of the game. No. Ooh. Okay. Oopsie. It's the next one. Ooh. That's fine. It's not good. No. Holy moly. Kind of need to focus. This should be safe now. Whoa. After I learned that the N-Gauge design was based on... I don't think it was. I know what you're talking about. I don't think it was, man. It must be some cruel, horribly similar coincidence. There's no way they did that on purpose. No way. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to believe they looked at that picture and said, you know what? We need to do the N-Gauge like this. But yeah, that's forever stained on that. It was just called a taco. I wish it was stayed there, but now it has goatee tied to it. The legacy. Yeah, I can never look at it the same way. Yeah, I don't blame you, man. Yeah. This combat is a creature of chaos. It may birth forth many mechanics. I believe it. You know what? That phrase even works for Symphony of the Night as well. This game is also a creature of chaos. With how many different versions there are. Like, speaking of like the Gamecom version, right? Original PS1, XBLA, Saturn, the Gamecom, the PSP, Requiem, all that, right? And it's always slightly different every time, just a little bit. It's like the Dracula's Castle. It's familiar, but slightly different. Ba-ding. Now we just wait for the Mega Drive version to be finished. Now that I am interested in playing. I don't know if it's going to be a Metroidvania, but I'm assuming it's more leaning towards a linear action game. I'm kind of hoping it's that. I'm hoping it's like a reinterpreted game as linear. We're just gonna go out of here. Wait, no, wrong way. It's the next screen transition. Oof. I actually need to focus a little bit. So scary. But the music's always hitting. Yep. Every single time. Even the remixes each version comes with. Well, maybe not the Gamescom version. But that's the exception. The other ones are extremely good. Like even the new song in The Gardens is pretty damn good. So when lo-fi mix goes stupid hard. I've never heard about that until right now. That sounds kind of perfect right now, actually. I am so scared to do simple blade dashes. It violates fire codes. That good, huh? It should be impossible to fail the Castlevania soundtrack. It should be a crime. Oopsie. I do want to say the scary part is over. Usually that little... Bro. That hallway is pretty damn scary. Especially as Alucard. Well, Richter, I mean. But... From the last playthrough, I just realized to just... Yeah. Use my item crashes. I get close and then item crash. I think last time... Well... During the Alucard playthrough... I was stuck there for like a cool 10 minutes. Dying all the time, but... We learn. Okay, on our way to... Galamoth. Especially the mix by bit and hits, I believe. The video has a render of Alucard playing someone from his side. Nice shot. Oh, nice. I will look that up right now, but my phone died a while ago. Bit and hits, okay. Ooh. How long has that been in your rotation? Rotation to listen to that. I will pick up none of them. I'll pick it up on the way out. Because... Well, there's actually the heart and health pickup after Galamoth. So we're fine, actually, but just in case. Like, as a backup. Because we gotta run back out anyway, so... Might as well have that little... insurance policy. Boom, boom. Okay. Hope I can get my blade dashes fine, but it's not too hard to recover. No. We were so close. Age of Empires lo-fi mix goes also randomly. Really? I would have never expected that. Age of Empire. I don't even know how that music sounds like, if I gotta be honest. We're pretty close to finishing. I think by this time we finished the playthrough on the XBLA version. But I'm guessing going to that extra area added a few minutes. Because after this boss fight, we just do the sort of victory lap. You clear out the last of the Okay, fine. We'll take it. Ooh. Everything about this game is pretty timeless. The only gripe is the boss design. That's pretty much it. Like, I wish the bosses were overhauled with the future, like, fan mod. But music, I actually do like the writing. Like, unironically, I like the music, the writing. The art direction, atmosphere, the progression in general, the skill checks with the movement options, the progression, the length of the game, just even the cover art for every game. And the fact it has multiple versions makes it even more replayable. So yeah, it's a standout game in a lot of categories. Boss fights are kind of so-so, but it's fine. I just came across it one night and generally was really good. Was it made by the same person? The Bits, I think you said. Mixin' Bits. I remember hearing a I wouldn't say it was a lo-fi mix, but it was a remix of Streets of Rage soundtrack. Really good remix. And that's saying a lot for the original soundtrack. I used it in my Streets of Rage 4 video. I think I even put a link for the mix too in the description, I think. Whoa. Oh my god. This is the one section I really wish I was good with my... Okay, that was not too bad. I like the little sound effect there. Okay. The thumbnail is short form. Is a shot from the main menu, but at the right. With the night with the blue and orange. Okay. With the edge of empires, right? Boom, boom. I'm trying to think if I heard any other, like, modern remixes. I can't think of any. I know there must be a lot for Castlevania, though. Like, a lot. It's such a popular soundtrack, so... Like, as a full soundtrack, I can't think of much. Only just that, Street Rage 4 soundtrack. Well, I don't think it was strictly Street of Rage 4. I think you can tell I'm getting tired, huh? But yeah. It was sort of like a remix of the whole gambit of songs. Okay. So many different versions. Mixes, I always like to have some kind of identifier. Okay, you don't have a playlist then? Like a specific playlist on YouTube, or do you have them all in one spot? Instead of having to like memorize Well, either way, no. Yeah, knowing the thumbnail would help. Especially if you have a large playlist, right? I'm trying to blade dash, but... Yeah. Retro Gamer Lo-Fi, SotN Volume 1. Okay. Yeah, I'm on a huge SotN kick. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I think for the past 2 weeks I've been playing SotN. Like a lot of SotN. Both on and off stream. Yeah. Really good game. I'm assuming you're a big fan as well? Okay. Because for the longest time I was just a bystander. Like I would watch like randomizers and speedruns a lot for this game. I think for like at least 2 years, like regularly watching like randomizers all the time. But since it's the anniversary of Castlevania, I've been really going through all the games. It's sort of been leading up to this moment of playing SotN. It's like the big homage to the entire franchise, pretty much. Like referencing everything from 1 to at least 4. I'm not sure if there's references to Bloodlines in here. There is references to Rondo. The only reference to Bloodlines is probably by name at the start of the game. But I don't see any enemies from Bloodlines or bosses by memory. That probably just I think it cuts off our Rondo. Do you think it could ever be possible for them to make a Metroidvania like this? As a third-person game? For a long time, I considered this game... I considered Devil May Cry the 3D Castlevania game. Alucard and Richter sort of have similar like powers, right? As a sort of demi-human. You know, you go to this castle, you fight the big bad, which is your father. Alucard has Maria as a companion you meet up with occasionally, just like Trish in the first game. Both games sort of have the evolving castle in 1 and 3, right? Same for Castlevania, especially when you go to the reverse castle. In the first 2 games, well, DMC 1 and 3 has a sort of adventure aspect, the lock and key progression stuff, right? Especially with the somewhat hub system of 1 and 3. So even some of the enemies remind me a lot of the same stuff. Like Shadow, like the this phantom, well, like the shadowy, panther, right? There's a panther in this game that also like seeps into the ground and does like dive bombs at you. The floating skull is the same one you see in DMC 1. Like, I think there's a lot of crossover from DMC and SotN. Like, even in my video for DMC 1, I sort of make that comparison. I think even, well, every DMC video I bring up Castlevania in some way. what do you think of the new Castlevania Konami announced? I'm optimistic about it. Oh, the game is chunky. Because yeah, I know it's being made by the Dead Cells devs, right? And from very experienced like Metroidvania runners of that Castlevania specifically, they really speak highly of that expansion. So if really like hardcore, like, you know, Metroidvania, Castlevania players enjoy what they did with the expansion, I'm assuming they're in good hands. The new Castlevania game. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. That's like my biggest game I'm looking forward to right now. Like the NG4 DLC wasn't all I was expecting. Neo 3, same thing. So there's Onimusha and Castlevania and future projects they said too, right? So hopefully another collection, maybe a remake of Legends, hopefully, right? So I'm really hopeful for a lot of cool stuff for Castlevania coming up. But yeah, I'm definitely getting that game day one. I'm really looking forward to what's it going to be called? Balmont's Curse, I think. Oh, barely. That was sick though. Oh, this is new. I don't think there was a platform here. There was a hole here before. Yeah, speaking of the ever-evolving creature of chaos. God, SotN is so cool. But to this pedigree, I'm not sure. I wish they had a more interconnected setting. Backtrack though, the world state changes. DMC5. I wish they had a more interconnected setting that you backtrack through the world that changes in DMC5. Does DMC5 change like that? I don't remember too well, honestly. I beat the game one time and called it though. Like you do backtrack and change the map of 1 and 3. So that has an element, right? But they've definitely cooled off on that, off the adventure aspects as the series went on. I kind of wish it goes back to 1 and 3, but it's definitely a difference of taste at this point, like different crowds. Hydro Storm. I think you can sense me how long have you been streaming for? It has to be almost 5 hours, I think, now. Yeah, once we do this Richter run, we're about to call it here. So I'm definitely feeling it. But yeah, I'm sort of addicted to SotN right now. Castlevania in general, but SotN by a lot. Definitely has inspiration from this with this whole tone. Exactly, yeah. I'm kind of surprised I never heard anyone else bring that up. I'm sure there has been, I'm sure. I doubt I connected those dots first at all, but it's super cool to think about. Even oh my god. That was yeah. DMC2 and, you know, Castlevania 2 not being seen as not so good follow-ups, right? And then DMC3 and Castlevania 3 are prequels to the first game. And then Castlevania 4 and DMC 4 sort of revisit ideas from the first game. You know, in DMC 4 you fight blades, right? Which are assaults. You see the ice versions as well. You go to the castle, which sort of turns into DMC 1 for a little bit. You know, stuff like that. So I think I see major comparisons from DMC and Castlevania. Like a lot. Hydro Storm. Okay. Get back my hearts I spent. You can just really resource dump at the end of the game if you have holy water. Because there's a lot of opportunities to refill. So don't hold back near the end. I still got to try Dead Cells. I've been playing Hades recently. Oh, nice. I played Hades for probably 15 hours, but I think I did one successful run. Yeah, I didn't get too far. Dead Cells, though, I was interested because of the Castlevania DLC. So I remember getting the game in anticipation and unlock the meta progression stuff to get ready for it. Because I'm not sure if it was going to be, you know, balanced around long-time players. Yeah, so I played the game for a little bit to get some of the permanent movement options and health upgrades and stuff like that. But by the time the DLC came out, I got caught up with something else. I don't know what exactly, but yeah, unfortunately, I haven't gone back to play it, but I definitely will before the new Castlevania comes out. I don't think we have a release date, so I can't really, you know, sort of time this out like schedule-wise, but yeah, I definitely want to play it to get like a primer of how they design Castlevania. Well, I'm assuming how they would design Castlevania. I think we go down. This is the save, I think. Yeah. What's better, Lords of Shadow or Curse of Darkness? Oh my god. Oh. You stun locked me. You stun locked me with that question. And I'm really tired, so the fact you gave me a shock of life real quick. I'm gonna have to say Curse of Darkness. Like both gameplay wise, I'm not the biggest fan of, but I think Curse of Darkness is more in line of a Castlevania game with this art direction, its music, the level design, well, visually, like themes. I mean, not like the actual layouts with the square rooms and hallways, but I think it's more faithful to Castlevania than Lords of Shadow. So I'll say Curse of Darkness. Tough competition for the bottom there, but I really like to play Curse of Darkness. Was your vid? I know I was pretty negative on the game, but for years I've heard it's like the best 3D Castlevania game. But there's a lot of things left out. I was mashing my item crash. Yeah, the level design is pretty fortunate in that game. Unfortunate, I mean. Oh my god, that's terrible. Alright, let's take this really safe. Because I'm like one hit away from dying. And we're at the final. Here we go. Beat the game. But yeah, and Lord of Shadow is like 20 hours long. You know, it's automated platforming, a lot of cutscenes. It's an experience. So, yeah. I am excited to play the sequel though. I'm going to play that this year, and Laments of Innocence. I beat Lament like 5 years ago, so it's been a while, but I want to give it a second chance. This was like DMC5 is too segmented. Oh, mini Metroidvania obstacle. Ooh, that kind of reminds me of like Order of Ecclesia, right? Like have these like segmented levels, but they're explorable and have their own little things going on. Hello? No, 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 no. Dude, that was so scary. I was mashing my item crash, but it wasn't coming out like that entire time. That's why I was standing still. And I didn't save right before the boss fight, so this would have been very bad if I died. Instead of basically hallway, arena hallway, yeah. Yeah. I have a lot to say about DMC5. The chances I cover it this year is pretty low, that and the reboot. But it would make sense though, right? Because how much I've been comparing it to Castlevania. Like 2 years ago or a year ago when I did the videos. So I think it would be a perfect time to finish up the series this year too. But yeah, I always plan ahead, but plans change. Give him the shaft. Destruction. The castle is not even standing there anymore. I think with Alucard it's still there, but Richter completely annihilates that castle. Now we can enjoy the credits. Yeah, breakers. The fact that again it's in that name, so I understand. They have to break to even swap is pretty silly to me. Like I'm making comparison to Mega Man, Sekiro, and Evil Dead for that video, and it will make sense because you get the Buster Arm in DMC5, right? In Mega Man, you can swap freely. Again, a prosthetic arm. So it's sort of a tried and true formula. And I think in interviews, Itsuno said he wanted it to break just to not feel the same like Dante. So yeah, it's just different for a different sake instead of being interesting, but yeah. It's quite the game. With a lot of weird choices. Like I don't really care for V too much. With all those different characters, you would think it would be a slam dunk idea to have like the full freedom to play a character from start to finish. Especially like similar to Chapter Challenge in Razor's Edge, Ninja Gaiden 3. But no. And then co-op is sort of like a half finished idea. Like you can only fight like not at the same time, but walled off. Yeah, I'm not too sure if you can even co-op Bloody Palace. Like all unmodded, by the way. All the shortcomings were modded, but yeah, there's a lot of shortcomings. But yeah, something like Bayonetta 2 had fully functioning co-op modes on the Wii U. Razor's Edge, again, on the Wii also had freedom to fully play characters. So yeah. Yeah, DMC5 is a weird game for me. It's a game with a lot of potential, but not the execution. If they'd been actual secondary weapons, they would have their own varied moves list bought from the shop. That would be pretty sick too, yeah. Maybe in like a future game, maybe, but who knows? It's almost been, what, 7 years since that game came out? So, as big as DMC is, even Mega Man, like 2 Capcom, it's really weird that they only make one game pretty much every 10 years, which is really, it's a choice. In the main campaign and the Bloody Palace. Really? You would think Bloody Palace would have those bosses, right? But yeah. That DMC5 video is going to be quite the thing. The Solar Sword Master Move. Yeah, that would be insane. Yeah, that would be pretty insane. 97, 98, almost 30 years old. That is a good game. I'm heavily leaning to this being my favorite version of SotN. Oh, like having them playable? That would be crazy. Don't you even play as Bayonetta's mom in 2? Like, is she fully playable? Like I forgot her name. The girl in red. Yeah, can you play as Bayonetta's mom at all in the game? Like outside of the story mission? Or is she just treated more of a alternate skin pretty much? Let me see. 5 hours? Okay. The same amount of time as last time. But yeah, we're gonna call like very soon. I need to go eat something. Oh. What is your preferred beta game? I think 1. I do like 2 for the visuals and set pieces, and the content, like the unlockable costumes. I appreciate 3 for its ambition, you know, for doing something actually unique, but shaky execution. Origin, I think I have it somewhere. Bayonetta Origins, underrated game. Like that. I know that word gets thrown around a lot, but no, that's a modern underrated game. It feels like a Clover game, but in modern time. It's so dramatic. It's the gothic, again, another comparison to DMC, right? With the sort of gothic visuals and atmosphere. Rose is playable in the main campaign. Like, that's her name. Is it Jean? Is that how you pronounce it? 1 weapon set and has the mecha. Double trigger, but her damage is overtuned. I do like her design though. Because the mom uses the mech, right? Yeah, her design in that game is really cool. And Bayonetta's redesign in 2 is my favorite. And the music is my favorite. I know Umbrum Climax is heavy focus. And there's some like... It's been a few years since I played the game, but there's some small but very important changes in that game. But everything besides gameplay in Bayonetta 2 is probably my favorite. I do like there's some stuff I like about 1, like visually. Yeah, 2 takes the cake. Well, the clock tower, I guess. Yeah, there's some. Yeah, that game is also pretty interesting. Very divisive, pretty much. For good reason. Makes sense. The church choir vibes. I'm telling you. I'm really pushing this this movement that DMC is just 3D Castlevania. I feel like every time I bring it up, people do understand the comparison, so P console. It also, the Wii U also had let me see. The Wii U had Razor's Edge and Devil's Third. Can't forget about that. I'll play that game one day, but it'll take some time. 1 second. Here it is. Bayonetta Origin. And The Lost Demon. I do plan to stream the entire thing someday. Like I did the video, but it's definitely a game I want more people to know about. It's pretty good. Like really good. Eventually. It's a shame Bayonetta 2 and 3 are held hostage by Nintendo's demonic, yeah. Nintendo was its lifeline, but also a trap, right? Like it kept the games going, but no one can really play them is the problem. So I don't think there's a huge overlap between Nintendo owners and action game enjoyers. So if it's ever ported to like PC or something, or you know, any other console, I think there'll be more appreciated. Because when it comes to like the major series, like right, like DMC, Ninja Gaiden, Bayonetta is always considered in that holy trinity, but I have a feeling it's less played even compared to Ninja Gaiden. I know Ninja Gaiden is hyper niche, but sometimes I believe Bayo is even more niche. The games are more divisive. They're on consoles that more people don't own. You know. And some of the games people don't even play. Like Bayonetta Origin. I don't think people know it exists either. Unfortunately. So I think Bayonetta is... It's always brought up as the top players, but... it doesn't feel like it. When it comes to like how it's discussed anyways. It seems pretty unknown. Yeah, someday though. I'll do like a full playthrough of this game. They did do CPR on it. It's just a exactly, yep. It's unfortunate too. Yeah. Maybe one day. Does Platinum even own the rights for Bayonetta? Like, wasn't it like sort of a joint ownership between Sega as well? Or were they just the publisher? I think just the publisher, right? Failed commercially and still sold like crap when it went multi-plat. Is Platinum just destined to make hyper niche games? Would make sense after coming from Clover, right? And even certain Capcom games. But again, though, like, Bayonetta is championed as the game to play in the action game genre. So for being mentioned all the time, like as the entry point, you would think it would be more successful just by brand recognition alone, but yeah. I don't know, it's just not there. Like you said, the appeal is definitely limited. I'm not sure if it's like the gameplay, the theme, the character design, the difficulty. It could be a number of things. Like, I know 101 is really out there, like conceptually. So it makes sense, but it's not like the Wii U had a lot of games for people to buy anyways. But even then, it wasn't like a standout title. Again, unfortunately. I'm kind of surprised Platinum survived this long. Like, I like a lot of their games, but commercially and even just like how things pan out, things getting canceled and stuff. Yeah, I'm really surprised. I guess Nier Automata really did save them, like they say. Because yeah, I think that if it wasn't for Nier Automata, I think they would have been defunct by now, honestly. Character action is still a niche game style. I guess so. There does seem to have somewhat of a consistent release of stuff throughout the year. Like maybe 4 games, we can sort of consider them under that title. But yeah, definitely not for everyone. It takes a lot of effort to play them at a competent level too, because they're very unique sort of games. I think you're right. I think you're right, Jack. I think MGR has gotten so big, like casually, that will bring eyes from a larger audience. Hopefully, you know, it could just be like ironic fandom, like an ironic fandom, like more just interacting with the music and jokes rather than the game itself. You know, it could be like a Morbius sort of situation. But I am hoping Platinum is making a new Castlevania, especially with the rumored Guy Savage thing in Delta, MGS Delta. Dude, that would be sick. Fingers crossed on that one. They got a third-party project every once in a while that keeps them afloat. Yeah, didn't they get... Wasn't their name completely scrubbed off Relink? So something must have happened for that to happen. And Project GG is just MIA, so I doubt that's ever coming out either. Nintendo must like them a lot. Probably for the variety. Because even on the Wii, like where they started, right? Platinum. Like Mad World was their first game, and that was a Wii exclusive. So they've sort of always had that, you know, that intertwined relationship, having exclusive games on their hardware. So it's not too surprising that that's how, you know, the company started out, you know. But yeah. Yeah, like you guys said, it's keeping them afloat, but it's also limiting their reach at the same time. But again, like you guys also mentioned, 101 didn't sell too hot even with the multi-platform re-release. But yeah, who knows? Maybe with their next game, but well, the next game was NG4. And I don't think they even announced like 1 million players announcement like milestone. You know, because, you know, there's a difference between players and copies sold, but even on Game Pass, they will announce like we reached 2 million players, 1 million players. But NG4 didn't even do that, so yeah, I'm not too sure if that game did too well. Is how it is, I suppose. Yeah, we don't know what they're gonna do next, but I'm hoping Castlevania. I know that's the rumor, so. And if they do Ninja Gaiden and Castlevania, my 2 top favorite franchises, that'd be nice. But we just gotta wait and see. Yeah, any last things before we wrap it up? It's Wednesday. Anytime from tomorrow and this weekend, I'm gonna replay this game on hard mode. And I think that's it. I don't think I have enough time to practice Maria. I want to, but I don't think I have enough time. I think I'm gonna start prepping for the Onimusha games coming up, so I can only do like a hard mode playthrough and then sadly take a break off the SotN streams. But it is gonna be fun covering Onimusha. That's gonna be the plans going forward for now. In the near future anyways. Oh man. We've been streaming for 5 hours, 34 minutes. Once you reach 35, we'll call it there. But yeah, I think this is my favorite version. I want to give it more time. I know recency bias is a thing. But this version is pretty good. Like really good. I can't think of anything they could change. Yeah. But alright guys, I really appreciate hanging out. This was a long stream. Especially putting up with my many hours of Symphony of the Night this week, but yeah, I appreciate you guys as always, and until next time.